Chilling tales for dark nights.
Want to make sure you never miss a Chilling Tales for Dark Nights video again? Be sure to subscribe and hit that bell to turn on notifications.
Mr. Leaves was here.
Those were the first words out of my daughter's mouth that morning. I dismissed the chatter as normal for a 7-year-old girl. It didn't seem strange to me that she would develop a new imaginary friend, especially under the circumstances. Change can do that to a kid, forcing them to create something to hold on to, making the world seem more secure. We had decided to move away from the city to find somewhere a little less hectic, somewhere we could call home. As a doctor, I had to wait until an opportunity arose and was delighted when an opening appeared in the sleepy town of Windarm. It was a quiet place filled with pristine cottages, sun-baked streets, and lush hedgerows. Not too big, not too small, perfect for the three of us. My wife, Erin, and I had named our daughter Karen, after an aunt, but we always called her Kip instead. It was an old English word my grandfather used when he was going to sleep. Karen loved to sleep more than most, and so Kip seemed to suit her just fine. Our new home on the outskirts of Windarm town was older than we were used to, a converted farmhouse dating back 150 years or so. With a little bit of land thrown into the deal for good measure, we fell in love with the place immediately. When we first pulled up outside, Kip rushed up the rickety white stairs, through the wide double doors, and disappeared into the embrace of her new home. She was ecstatic, roaming around the confines of the spaces inside. It was an adventure for her, even at such a fragile age. She understood the importance of the stories old places could tell. She didn't mind the dust, the shaky banisters, or the creaking floorboards. Within 10 minutes, each of the 3 floors had been explored by her little 7-year-old feet. Of course, there were sure to be nooks and crannies not yet seen in the attic and cellar, but Kip was not interested in those places for now. She was only interested in her new room. I had naively told her she could choose any room in the house, and of course she did. The best one in the house. Erin and I smiled at each other, watching happily as Kip darted around her new room excitedly. She loved the high ceilings because it felt grand and imposing, like being a princess in a castle. She found the groans and squeaks that the floorboards made under her feet hilarious, pressing up and down on the loudest ones while giggling. Most of all, she loved the window. It was wide and sprawling. The farmland bobbed and weaved over flats and small hills below. An old oak tree towered alongside a vacant barn nearby. The summer sky bleached the world in blues, whites, and yellows, and yet it was something much closer that fascinated my daughter. A thick web of ivy roots had thrust out of the soil decades earlier, climbing a carefully constructed wooden frame attached to the house, which rose as high as the roof. The ivy had clawed and fingered its way across the wooden slats of the farmhouse, almost entirely covering that side of the building. The surrounding land was in full bloom, everything vibrant and green. The fields were swathed in tall crops which poked out of the soil like a million city dwellers standing still in the sun. Everything was alive and vivid. That was, except for the climbing ivy. Its vines were spindly, yet clung to the wooden frame of the house with deceptive strength. A vast sea of leaves, brown and withered, reached up across the wooden wall, encircling Kip's window. There was something troubling about those vines, clashing against, almost strangling the possibilities of summer. Kip didn't mind. In fact, she was enamored by them, having me open the window so she could caress the golden leaves which touched the sill. The first night in the house was like any spent in a new place, unfamiliar creaks and sounds echoing out through the darkness. I am often a deep sleeper, but the uncertainty of the old house left me checking every bump and movement I heard throughout the night. I switched the lights on, checked the doors, and then looked in on Kip. She slept soundly, but I noticed that the window was still open, letting in the cool night's breeze. I tried to shut it, but it felt jammed or stuck. the old flaking paint and grime freezing it into position after years of little use. I told myself I'd fix it in the morning. After all, Kip was 2 floors up, and we were a decent distance from any other house. I felt she'd be quite safe with the window open. Kip loved to lie in, and as it was Saturday and our first full day in our new home, I let her sleep until 10 in the morning. When I entered her room with a bowl of cereal and glass of orange juice, I noticed how cold that big old room could get, even in the summer. She lay on her bed, still asleep. I gently woke her, and it was then that she spoke those bewildering words.
Mr. Leaves was here.
She seemed frightened, so we talked about it.
He scares me, Daddy.
She offered, but didn't want to say any more. I comforted her, saying it was probably just a bad dream and that moving to a new place can be pretty scary by itself, but she still seemed uneasy. It was obvious to me that she was speaking about an imaginary friend, but the conversation disturbed me enough that I talked it over with my wife, worried that our daughter might not be adjusting well to the move. It's hard to leave your friends and school behind. That day, more of our things from the old home arrived. Slowly, the house began to feel like ours, and I enjoyed wandering around it, taking in the glorious view of the crops, fields. In the late afternoon, I went up to Kip's room with my toolbox, determined to close the window to stop her from catching a summer cold. As I chipped away at the dirt and flaked paint that had jammed the window open, I looked down and could see that Kip was playing away from the house, sitting on an old rope swing which hung from the oak tree by the barn. She looked happy. Finally, the window budged and I was able to close it. On the second night, I didn't sleep well at all, and by the morning I felt shattered. Something had changed to me. The house didn't feel as comfortable as it did when we first arrived. The air had become closer and stifled. Again, I let Kip sleep in for a while before bringing her breakfast. She was already awake when I entered, and when I asked her how she had slept, she replied,
Not good, Daddy.
When I inquired why, she whispered,
Mr. Leaves was watching me from outside.
I looked over at the window for a moment, a chill running up my back.
Can you tell him to go away?
Kip asked. Again, I reassured her and gave her a big hug. Soon she was playing on the swing again by the barn. For most of that day, I tried to get my files in order. I wasn't due at the doctor's office in town for another 2 weeks, but I wanted to be as prepared as possible. Erin took care of some business at the bank while Kip continued to smile and giggle as she always did, running around the house playing games. Most kids get bored during the summer holidays, but she always had a way of engaging with the world, which meant she never had a dull moment. I remember it being just after 2 in the morning. It was dark, but something had pulled me from a heavy sleep. Uncertain at first as I opened my eyes to the darkness, I finally realized what it was. Kip was talking. I didn't want to disturb Erin, and I knew it was probably just my daughter talking in her sleep as she had done before. But as I walked barefoot across the creaking floor towards her room, I kept thinking about those words.
Mr. Leaves was watching me.
As quietly as possible, I reached the door and could still hear her talking loudly, her words muffled slightly. I knocked and entered.
Get away from me!
The window was once again open and Kip was leaning out of it, chatting away. On asking her what she was doing, she turned slowly towards me and said,
I'm talking to Mr. Leaves.
I rushed over to the window and saw nothing but the cool summer night and the climbing ivy fluttering slightly at the presence of a sudden breeze.
He keeps looking at me, Daddy,
said Kip as I put her back into bed. I closed the window and slept in an armchair next to her until morning. The following day, the sun absolutely split the sky. It was perfect weather, and I decided that it would be good to get Kip to help me with some chores, hoping that keeping her active would help her sleep more soundly at night. In the morning, we cut and raked the front and back lawns. We then dug out some weeds around a flower bed. Kip and Erin found it hysterical when they soaked me with a hose while watering the plants. Finally, I decided that Kip and I should take a look at the old barn. It had been included in the sale of the house, but hadn't been used for years. I'd only been in it once, when viewing the property months previous, and it was just a quick peek without going inside. It was the house I was really interested in. Kip had been helping her mom wash the car when I took her hand and said, "Fair maiden, are you ready for an adventure?"
Yes!
She replied with delight. Aaron smiled approvingly. "Okay, let's go," I yelled. I grabbed her hand and led her round to the side of the house where her window looked out, high above. Picking her up and putting her on my shoulders, she laughed loudly.
Go, Daddy, go!
I ran forwards towards the old barn, but as we passed the oak tree on the way, she suddenly stopped laughing. At first she asked quietly,
Where are we going?
Another few footsteps, and it wasn't long before she burst into tears, shouting and pleading for us to go back to the house. I stopped immediately, shocked by her response, and gave her a big hug as my wife came running.
What's wrong, honey?
Asked Aaron. Through tears and a shaking voice, Kip replied,
Daddy was taking me to the barn.
And why did that upset you?
Mr. Leaves! Mr. Leaves!
At that, she continued to sob and cry. Aaron comforted her as I marched inside. I was going to put a stop to this nonsense. Grabbing my toolbox, I ran up the stairs and into Kip's room. In a few minutes, the job was done and the window had been nailed shut. There'd be no more talking to Mr. Leaves. After making Kip her favorite supper and letting her stay up a little later than usual to watch a film with us, we both tucked her into her bed back upstairs. She didn't seem upset, and when we brought up the idea of her moving rooms, she swore to us that everything was fine. She really did love that room. Aaron read her a story, we kissed her goodnight, and then we went to bed. I woke up to the sound of screaming. No one can underestimate the power of a child's cry for help on a parent. I leapt out of bed and tore across the hallway in the dark, bursting into Kip's room. She lay in the middle of the floor, sobbing in fear. My eyes had yet to adapt to the darkness, but as I instinctively stepped forward to pick my daughter up from the ground, I knew that I was not alone. A sharp pain seared across the back of my head as I fell to the floor, dazed. Kip screamed as she clutched onto me for dear life. The sound of feet came once more, and as I rolled over, I saw my wife, Erin, running through the doorway. I tried to warn her, but the strike to the back of my head had left me both bloodied and sluggish. As any loving mother would, Erin ran to her family's aid. A tall, darkened figure then reached out from behind the door, grabbing my wife's throat with grizzled hands and smashing her head straight into a wall. Her body crumpled to the ground. I staggered to my feet and began swinging my arms as hard as I could at the beast, but in such a daze, the warm trickle of blood running down the back of my neck, it was easy to be outfought. I tried my best. Damn it, I tried. Something smashed against my jaw and my nose, crushing it into my face. I gasped and fell to the ground. Kip held on to me once more, screaming, crying, her world undone. There was no comfort I could give, no offer of protection. The blood from my shattered nose filled up my mouth as I lay on my back. I tried to rise once more, only to be battered again by an unseen force. Kip sobbed, and in that moment I knew I had failed her. The tall figure stooped in the darkness, grabbing Kip by her long locks of beautiful brown hair, and yanked her head backwards. She would not let go of me. Again, the figure pulled sharply, this time wrenching my daughter straight out of my arms and lifting her up by her hair. Suddenly, the room was bathed in a shower of shattered glass. I looked up and saw the beast which had my daughter by the hair, the creature which had set out to destroy my family. It was a man, just a man. but the thing which had burst through the window was anything but human. In the darkness, I saw them struggle. The man was powerful, no doubt, but his opponent was big and quick. It was the shape of a person, but as it moved, I could hear the loud rustling of its construction. The man let out a cry, a pitiful, begging sound, pleading for mercy. He dropped Kip to the ground. Silence. Nothing but the rustling of leaves in the night. One last gasp was heard as our attacker was dragged through the open window to his death. I don't know how long I passed out for, but it was Erin who woke me. The attacker had left her unconscious for a time, but she was okay. Helped to my feet, we both staggered over to where Kip was standing. She was leaning out of the window, crying. But they weren't tears of fear or physical pain. I knew that sound well. It was the cry of grief and loss. Looking down below, the still dead corpse of our attacker lay on the ground, covered by a blanket of leaves which slowly blew away into the distance. We hugged each other and consoled Kip as she stared out into the night.
Mr. Leaves!
She whispered.
Mr. Leaves!
When the police arrived, they quickly identified the intruder as James Grech, a man who was wanted for questioning in connection with a series of child rape accusations. He had been hiding in the old barn for a while, most probably because the house had been empty for a number of years. When he saw that a family had moved in with a young daughter, he couldn't resist the opportunity. We quickly moved from the old farmhouse to a new place across town, but even then we didn't last long. The memory of that night, being so close to where it all took place, was too much for Erin and me. But most of all, we wanted to protect our daughter. Within 6 months, we had left the town of Windarm for good. Kip is now 10 years old. She's happy and continues to surprise us day by day. She says she wants to be an explorer.
There's all sorts of stuff out there waiting to be found,
She says. After that night, I tend to agree with her. I often think about what happened and what it was that we saw, what saved us. The only hint of an explanation was given to me a month before we left Windarm. I was drinking in a local bar and started chatting to an off-duty police officer who had attended the scene the night we were attacked.
It's a shame you left the old farm. That place deserves a nice family,
He said, downing his 6th beer. How can a place deserve anything? I asked.
I suppose it's silly. I knew the previous owners, Mr. and Mrs. Demetra. Nice folks. Lived there for years. Cared for the place.
And what does that have to do with a family living there?
Well, they love kids, but they never had any of their own. Don't know why. What I do know is that everyone around here loved both of them. They always did nice things for the kids, helping out and such.
I still don't understand, I pressed.
Oh, they were always doing stuff for the kids of the town. Halloween, Christmas, whatever. And I just think, well, it would have been nice if their old farmhouse went to a family with kids, that's all.
It was then that I plucked up the courage. Whether it was the alcohol or the timing, I don't know. To ask the question I needed answered most. The question I hadn't dared ask anyone for fear of looking stupid. But by then I was leaving, so it didn't matter. I just had to know. Have you ever heard of Mr. Leaves? I asked nervously. The man laughed.
Of course I have.
I was shocked. Someone knew about the house. He continued.
When Mrs. Demetra passed away, the old man was heartbroken about losing his wife. He threw himself into volunteering around the town. You know the old Windarm Park in the middle of town?
I nodded.
That was Mr. Demetra did that. Used to be all overgrown and barren, but he got the community interested in chipping in. So we all sorted it out together. The old man could move mountains. Anyway, he just worked away at fixing the park and planting trees as well as keeping his own garden going before he passed away.
What does this have to... I said before being interrupted.
Really into gardening was Mr. Demetra. Or as the kids called him, Old Mr. Leaves.
Come on, Daddy. Tell me a real scary one this time. They haven't been very scary lately, and I'm not a baby anymore. I like it when your stories are scary.
Sitting in bed, her knees pulled up to her chest, Bianca Burns gazed imploringly at her father. Denton Burns, perched on the edge of the bed, shot an inquiring look over at his wife, Emily, seated in Bianca's chair. The three of them gathered in the young girl's bedroom for the nightly bedtime ritual. This tradition usually consisted of Denton conjuring up stories to tell Bianca before she drifted off to sleep, but never something mundane or read from a storybook. No, Bianca's bedtime tales had to be completely made up on the spur of the moment, drummed up from the deep well of Denton's imagination, and they couldn't be happy, feel-good unicorns and fairies types of stories. Like her parents, Bianca had a taste for the dark and macabre, the spooky and the strange, even from a very young age. She preferred her stories to be horror, and heaven help Denton if they weren't. When she was even younger and insistent upon being told stories never read, always told, Denton started with fluffy, cozy stories, but they never made the girl happy. What did make her happy was when he had tried a different tact and ventured into grimmer realms. Soon enough, both Denton and Emily discovered their daughter wanted to be scared and intrigued by dark, creepy stories.
It can be gory, too,
Bianca went on, a lopsided grin tugging up the corners of her lips.
Remember, I'm not a baby. I know the difference between reality and made-up stuff. Sometimes reality can be far scarier than fiction,
Emily murmured, peering over the top of her glasses with a mock, severe expression on her face. Actually, Denton wasn't entirely sure if it was mock or genuine. In the beginning, Emily tried to dissuade him from getting too extreme or horrifying with his stories, fearing it would damage Bianca or somehow unbalance her, but it seemed to have the reverse effect. She was a happy, well-balanced, outgoing little girl, and she never displayed any symptoms of being anything but inquisitive and interested in those dark facets that skulked in horror tales. "Okay," Denton said, putting on his own faux serious expression. "I'll try to get something suitably scary for you, Missy, but if you have nightmares, it's your own fault. You can't come running to sleep in our bed because you've had a bad dream."
Oh, Daddy, don't be silly. I never have nightmares. Not from your stories. They help me sleep better. I like all your monsters.
Denton thought hard, staring around the room as always, looking to pull inspiration from somewhere. "You might not like this one." Emily clapped her hands to her cheeks, a mock gasp issuing in conjunction, playing along with father and daughter as she always did. It might have been a strange tradition, but it was theirs and they all enjoyed it, even on those nights when either Denton or Emily, or both, were so tired they just wanted to crawl into bed themselves without having to go through the nightly process of seeing Bianca off to bed with a story.
I bet I will. Who is he?
Bianca wanted to know. "Okay. Well, you lie down there, snuggle up, get comfortable. Let me tell you about the Lurker."
The Lurker, hey?
Emily mumbled quietly.
Don't think I like the sound of him too much.
"The Lurker is a monstrous fiend," Denton started. "A dark, despicable creature. As his name might suggest, he lurks. He watches. He waits. He hides. He bides his time. He can move among the trees. He can crawl across the rooftops. He has long arms and clawed hands. He's tall and dark and horrid looking, with a sort of face that will give you nightmares." He glanced out Bianca's bedroom window, spied her swing set down there, hit on some inspiration. He lurks in dark shadows. He watches children playing on the swings or in the sandpit or running around in their yards. When they aren't there, he uses the same things they've used to get a feel for them, to gauge when they'll next be there. He likes to get inside their heads. He follows their movements. Denton paused for a second, catching a rebuke of a look from Emily. He realized, just as she must have, that the old fictional lurker was starting to sound less like a made-up monster and more like an average predator, a pedophile or something equally unsavory. Definitely a case of reality being far more horrifying than fantasy. He hunts children because they're often easier to catch, but he doesn't discriminate.
What's that?
Bianca interjected.
Does that mean he doesn't care what color they are?
Not necessarily. Denton had to laugh. He doesn't care whether they're children or adults, or what color they are. Anything like that. He just hunts all humans.
Does he eat people?
Well, actually, Denton thought some more. He realized his lurker character wasn't exactly setting the world on fire with originality, or even fright factor. So far, he just sounded like an old run-of-the-mill horror monster, or character, or what have you. There was no mythos to him, nothing that stood out. He needed something more. What he does is something far worse. He haunts places like this, rural areas, farmhouses, the woods around them, you know, isolated areas. He needs places with nice, rich soil, because that's where he keeps his offspring.
Baby lurkers?
Yes, something like that. He searches the land until he finds a suitable place with the kind of dirt that will house his offspring. And then those baby lurkers, if you will, are placed down in the ground. And you know what they need to thrive and to grow?
What?
Bianca was both looking a little puzzled at the turn the story was taking, and yet captivated at the same time, no doubt imagining the bizarre lurker trawling through acres of woods. Denton was pleased he had managed to steer the tale away from any pervy pedophile tendencies that would draw Emily's ire. But now he had to give the lurker an identity, a scary one. They need blood, human blood, which is why the lurker stalks humans and children and watches houses, seeks to learn the movements of residents. And when he gets his horrible hands on victims, he drags them off to his, let's call it his nest. Though of course it's a bunch of curled up monstrous baby lurkers waiting down in the dirt. Now, it's not just a nice big patch of dirt the lurker needs. What he also needs are trees, preferably ones with a nice big low-hanging branch that rests right over his patch of soil. Of course, I forgot to mention this earlier. That branch is imperative. 9 times out of 10, the patch of dirt, the den, if you will, to house those hideous offspring of his, is created beneath the perfect branch. There was still confusion plastered on Bianca's face. Even Emily was looking a fraction bemused. Denton realized he was rushing along now, getting caught up in his own creation, but maybe he was going too fast. He could see the lurker in his mind, a dark and terrifying thing, a face that looked like it was composed of rotten strips of bark, peeling away from an old diseased tree trunk, eyes glowing unnaturally red. He needed to back up the truck some. The monster needed a backstory. He hadn't thought this one through too well, and though his enthusiasm for his fictional beast was growing with each new spark of imagination, the mingle of confusion on his wife and daughter's visages indicated they weren't quite on the same page. Okay, maybe I should just wind this back a little, he said. Haven't really given the old lurker much history, have I? Well, Here's the thing. Once upon a time, the Lurker coexisted with the people just fine. Well, in the sense that he didn't cross paths with them, nor him. He comes from the earth. He dwells in dark, dank underground climbs, tunnels deep below the surface, places of damp and of soil, of dirt, subsisting on what manner of food they could find down there. Other earth-dwelling creatures, roots, those kinds of things. And there were many of his kind living their lives without any contact with humans. But inevitably, as is often the way, these creatures and humans did encounter one another. And of course, what do humans do with things they fear? They try and kill them, which is what happened. They pretty much hunted the Lurker's kind to near extinction. Denton was vaguely aware he was peppering his Lurker history with far too many big words for Bianca to understand, but he was truly getting swept away in the tale. Besides, she was enraptured, still sitting up in bed, eyes wide as she listened. Normally, she'd lay down on her back with blankets pulled up to her chin, listening intently as he told the story. But this time she was paying full attention. No sign of her yet getting drowsy like normal creeping in. She was starting to look as enthused by his mythical being as he was. Denton couldn't quite recall having been so fervent about one of his made-up beasts as he currently was. Even Emily, not looking quite so puzzled now, was leaning forward in Bianca's chair, paying close attention. That's what led the Lurker to do what he does now. That's why he despises humanity with an unholy passion. That's why he has an undying hatred for all mankind. And why he lurks in the dark, seeking victims, looking for vengeance by spilling as much blood as was spilled of his kind. But, as I said before, not only does he want to wreak horrible havoc, but he also learned that human blood is the nectar of the gods for his offspring. After so long below the earth, existing on the meager supplies the ground has to offer in the way of food, after being driven to kill in defense of his kind, the Lurker discovered what his enemy had to offer in the way of sustenance was far more satisfying, far more nourishing, far more delicious than anything he had ever tasted before. Hence his reason for snatching people is twofold: furious vengeance and sustenance for the offspring he keeps below the earth to raise, and to keep safe from those who would seek to harm them. Denton grinned broadly. It was meant to be a devilish, scary expression, but he suspected it came off as more of a triumphant look, an expression displaying how proud he was of his creation. There, a little history on the old Lurker. He has reason, motivation, and he seeks to hunt and kill without mercy. Which he does, wantonly. The blood sustains his offspring, but he doesn't need it all the time. Sometimes he just kills because he wants to. Because it's ingrained in him. Because that's all he knows now.
Daddy, what about the trees? Why the patch of dirt beneath the tree branches?
Aware he was starting to ramble, drifting off course and steering the tale away from where he had started, Denton had to pause a second, thinking back to where he had been going with the tree notion. Yes, that was right. The most horrifying part. The best bit. Ah, yes. Denton leaned forward, fixing his eyes on Bianca's. This time he did manage to conjure up a diabolical expression, one he enhanced with a dry cackle of malicious glee. The branches. Well, as we now know, the Lurker's kind require human blood, especially the younglings, the curled-up developing creatures secreted away beneath the earth, beneath the trees. How do they get that when they're down there? This is how. Denton temporarily closed his eyes, picturing a remote patch of woods, a great gnarled old tree, almost skeletal, bereft of leaves, but endowed with a tangled plethora of twisting, turning branches. One in particular, a big, heavy, low-hanging monstrosity of a branch jutting out over a newly turned spread of dirt. Great chunks of upturned soil, fresh, gouged, churned up. A wide patch of earth looking not unlike a host of newly covered graves. The Lurker doesn't always kill immediately. Not those he requires to sate his other requirement. That is, to feed his offspring. Instead, he snatches them up from wherever he finds them. He spirits them away to his... what did I call it before? His nest. His den. Technically, neither of those are correct, but you know what I mean. The great tree which stands above that disturbed, upturned earth. Denton found himself unable to sit still. Deeply immersed in this ghastly tale of his own making, he had to jump up, to move around. He hangs those luckless survivors over that big branch, using vines, chains, rope, whatever he's gotten his clawed paws upon. Here Denton mimicked the motions of the Lurker hoisting victims up to the great low-hanging branch, lashing them to it, feet dangling helplessly. Emily looked a little aghast, but Bianca clapped her hands, delighted. Maybe not so much by the story itself, but rather her father's energetic and enthusiastic demonstration. Sometimes it may just be one poor soul strung up like they're about to be executed. Sometimes it could be more. A whole raft of unfortunates strung along the branch in a line. So, you see, he needs a strong branch, one able to sustain plenty of pressure and weight, if he's had a good night hunting. And then, when he has his strung-up souls in place, he goes along the line one by one, and he stabs and slices. He creates incisions in their flesh with the deadly talons he has for fingernails. He punches open holes in those luckless bodies until the blood begins to run out and stream down their bodies, falling all the way down to the earth, to soak the ground, to reach the monstrous offspring waiting below, waiting for their sustenance to arrive. This is how he feeds and nourishes those mutant younglings. This is how they grow and develop. Those trapped, hanging, hopeless souls are kept alive long enough until they are completely drained of blood. And then... Denton paused for dramatic effect, staring intently at his audience. He had been moving around the room frenetically, aping the horrific actions of his monster, again vaguely aware he was probably throwing in far too many large words for Bianca's comprehension, and delving into content that was a great deal darker than he had drummed up before. But he was swept away in the whole notion. He had pieced it all together now, and after the stop-start stutter of the Lurker's tales beginning, he had it all now.
Then what?
Bianca wanted to know, her tone hushed, almost reverent. Emily was leaning forward too, though whether she was about to issue a stern disapproving rebuke or she was as captivated as her daughter, Denton wasn't entirely sure. Then he cuts those blood-drained bodies down from the tree, and he half buries them upside down, up to the waist, heads submerged deep in the earth. Sometimes more, sometimes completely buried, but the main thing is that their upper halves are facing down, because that's the final stage of young Lurker development. After being nourished with the steady drip and stream of human blood they've had their fill, they have the power they need, But they require one more thing before they too can rise out of the earth. They require flesh. Dead human flesh. Which is presented to them by these upside-down corpses, driven down into the earth where they assemble en masse, ready to rip and tear and shred bodies down to bare bones. They devour all they can from those upper halves, stripping meat and muscle away, and then they drag the rest down into their den to consume all but bones. You've never seen any bone as clean as those left behind by a furious pack of juvenile lurkers about to reach the point where they break free of the ground to walk the world of those who persecuted and sought to execute them. Not a skerrick of flesh left, no gristle, not a bit of skin. And when all that's left is a growing pile of bones picked clean, what were a horde of young lurkers have become adults. They've grown. They've evolved. Only then can they burst up through the earth, the hatred for mankind already deeply instilled in them, the burning need for vengeance ingrained in their souls. Then they walk the same earth we do. They stalk us. They watch us. They hunt us, and they carry us off to feed more of their kind. As he capered around, waving hands in dramatic flourishes in what he supposed were suitably horrifying embellishments, Denton caught a glimpse at his wristwatch. Oh dear, it looks like I got a little carried away here. It's after 10, Bianca. It's way, way past your bedtime.
But, Daddy...
No, look, sweetie. That's pretty much the Lurker tale in its entirety. We could probably pick up and add a few more details another night, but it's late now. You should have been asleep at least an hour ago. That's my fault. I really got caught up in creating that guy. I think he's one of my favorites.
Mine too, but how does he die? Do humans still try to hunt them when they come up from the ground? Or is it like the hunted becomes the hunter thing?
Well, yeah, exactly that. After years of almost being wiped to extinction, the Lurker evolved, learned, coped, became something that man could no longer control or kill. So humans can't kill him. He's evolved beyond their capabilities. Denton grinned, proud of himself. There was a lot more in the Lurker. The tale had definite legs. Making the fiend unkillable, enduring was a nice stroke. That meant he could keep him around for future tales if his well of imagination was feeling a bit dry on future nights. But now you really need to hit the hay for good. It's late, even for your mother and me.
Okay, but you must tell me more about the Lurker later. I like him.
You're a strange little girl. Denton smiled and tousled her hair as Emily joined in, pulling Bianca's blanket up, snuggling them under her chin.
Well, I'm your kid.
Beat me to it. Good night, honey. Sleep tight. No nightmares.
Night-night. No, I'll sleep just fine. Scary stories don't scare me.
Well, it sure scared me. I'd hate to run into the Lurker in the middle of the day, let alone late at night.
Not me. I'd make friends with him.
Oh, Jesus, Denton groaned. Don't get carried away now. Okay, lights going off. We're going to bed too, so straight to sleep with you, young lady.
Okay. Night, Daddy. You know what?
Emily called to Denton from the en-suite bathroom where she was finishing up brushing her teeth. What's that, love? He asked, in the process of undressing for bed. Emily wandered out, stopped so she was framed in the bathroom doorway. She was clad only in a sheer negligee, all sky blue silk and ribbons, a coquettish expression dancing across her face. She was still wearing her glasses, which Denton always found remarkably sexy, but her outfit upped the allure and impact immensely. Generally, she elected to sleep in pajamas, long-sleeved and pants for winter, shorts and sleeveless for summer. Granted, they were almost always silk, but they weren't quite as inviting as the attire she had obviously donned while in the bathroom.
I like your monster tales. I like them a lot. Maybe as much as Bianca does. But I like them for a much different reason. I like being frightened by them. It kind of does things to me, if you get my drift.
Now she let another smile slither across her lips, and this one wasn't merely flirtatious and coy. This one was damn seductive. Denton got her drift big time. He hadn't realized how tired he had been until they had said goodnight to Bianca, switched the lights off, and retired to their own bedroom. But now a spark of energy hit him. A massive second wind that had everything to do with Emily's bedtime outfit and the sexy way she was acting. He doubled his undressing efforts to a pacey clip, stripping off at a great speed he thought he wouldn't have been capable of around 5 minutes ago. Clad only in boxers, he skirted around the end of the bed, heading towards Emily. As he reached out for her, though, she held up one hand to temporarily halt him.
Hold on a sec. One thing. Maybe you should get out one of your monster masks and wear that.
Now her smile was downright dirty, her expression lascivious. Didn't like that. A lot. Oh boy. Someone is turned on by all this scary monster stuff.
You bet. Now go get a mask.
Your wish is my command, fair maiden.
There are no fair maidens here. Last thing I feel like right now.
Wantin' hussy?
That sounds more apt.
Oh boy. Denton hastened to the wardrobe. He had already been stiffening in his boxers, and the anticipation sped that process up even further, to the point where his underwear felt painfully tight, as if his erect figure would burst out of them any second. Inside Denton's wardrobe was the usual collection of shirts, predominantly polo and button-up collared shirts, short and long sleeve, but there was a host of t-shirts as well, mostly in light colors. Despite being a fan of dark things in terms of literature and film and subject matter, his clothing choices were more colorful. Slacks, trousers, and jeans were also in abundance, along with myriad jackets and similar attire. However, it wasn't just clothing stored in there. On a shelf high up and out of the reach of snoopy little characters who went by the name of Bianca, Denton had a row of other prize items. They were custom-built, intricately detailed pieces ordered online from an obscure company specializing in such niche items. They weren't the standard Wolfman, Grim Reaper popular movie franchise creations. They were entirely different. They were unusual monstrous faces, unique one-of-a-kind items, made to order, usually never replicated again. And while they were always great to wear on Halloween or costume parties, always attracting much attention and becoming focal talking points, they served a much more intimate purpose. They turned Emily on as much as the stories Denton pulled from the darkest depths of his fertile imagination. They stirred wild feelings of lust in her that first had Denton alarmed, until he learned to embrace it and throw any inhibitions out the door. It spiced up their love life to no end. "Any preferences?" Denton asked, glancing back over his bare shoulder as he pored over the selection of masks, hands tracing the intricate details of snarling mouths, bared fangs, curved horns, furred visages, deep brows, scaly skin.
Something bestial. Something primal.
Emily drifted up behind him, her hands running up the naked plane of his back, coming over his shoulders and running down his pectorals. "Okay, it's a deal." Her suggestion summed up most of these entities. They were all bestial things, hideous-looking, fiendish, scary masks. True monster faces lurking in his closet, hiding on the shelf just waiting for the opportunity to come out and play. He looked them over, skipped the more reptilian ones, the insectile, the avian-oriented ones. No, something truly primal and monstrous. A beast. He settled on a favorite, a shaggy grotesquerie that looked like the bastard offspring of King Kong and a werewolf, yet somehow managed to sprout devil horns as well. He slipped it on, feeling the familiar heat of excitement as it covered his face, which was still nothing compared to the heat flaring in his loins, considering the wandering hands of Emily had found their way down his stomach, clasping at the bulge in his underwear. He swiveled around with a dramatic flourish, throwing his hands up, fingers hooked in claws.
Watch out,
he growled.
The hell beast is on your tail.
Oh, he better get right on my tail real quick.
Pirouetting around, Emily danced away, a light titter of excited laughter escaping her. The hem of her negligee bounced up as she moved, giving Denton a brief tantalizing flash of her bare buttocks.
He'll do something to your tail. Mark my words.
Denton gave chase. She slipped out of his grasp as he lunged for her, skipping away and around the bed.
Oh no, I can't let the hell beast catch me. He wants to do bad things to me.
For a little while she persisted, ducking and dodging away, slipping free of clutching hands, darting in to brush his bare skin with fingertips, teasing him by flashing her breasts or buttocks at him. He kept coming, kept chasing, being sure to keep up a tirade of growls.
Gonna get ya. Gonna get... Ha. Gotcha.
At last he seized her as she scrambled up onto the bed with plans to slip off the other side and keep him on his toes a little longer. Denton could hardly wait any longer as it was. He was throbbing fit to burst, breath punching out in short, sharp gasps. Her deliberate flashes of nudity alongside a few inadvertent ones had him harder than ever, straining against the tight fabric of his underwear, her feathery teasing touches even more so. Capturing a wrist before she could escape again, he went to fling her over onto her back, ready to climb astride and claim ascendancy.
No,
Emily countered.
don't slip out of character now. Fuck me like a beast.
Those words, dirty and delicious, coming from a woman who was for the most part quite proper and modest, drove Denton into paroxysms of ecstasy. He was just about at the point where he was going to explode and blow his load without ever getting around to releasing his cock from his boxer's confines. He released it now, hooking thumbs into his waistband, shoving the somewhat ill-fitting attire down his thighs. Emily wiggled free of him now, and he almost groaned in despair, fearing she was about to jump up and start the mad chase around the room once more. While he'd enjoyed the chase while it lasted, his heart was hammering. He was starting to perspire beneath the mask. It wasn't built for long, arduous physical exertion, and for that matter, nor was he. What was more, he feared any more delay in the actual act might cause him to prematurely ejaculate before he managed to even get inside her. She wasn't planning on reigniting the chase, however. Apparently, she too was ready for the main event. She threw herself onto all fours on the bed, then reaching back with one hand, snagged the hem of her negligee and plucked it up over her pert buttocks, pulling it up to gather around her waist. His breathing shallow, his blood pounding, Denton scrambled up behind her, positioning himself between her splayed knees. One hand went between her legs, probing insistently with fingers. By all counts, she was in the same ballpark of arousal as he was, turned on immeasurably by being chased around the bedroom by a hideous monster intent on ravaging her body. With a long, drawn-out sigh of delight, Denton gripped her by the hips and impaled himself deep within her. She was warm, wet, and receptive as she shivered and gasped as he entered and thrust deep up inside her. Slow and steady wasn't the name of the game as much as he might have wanted to prolong it. The bedroom window right above the head of their bed currently didn't have the curtains drawn, so there was the opportunity to catch a little of the antics reflected in the glass. Denton eyed that for a little while, but much preferred watching Emily from behind as he fucked her, the way her pale buttocks shook and jiggled, the way his cock, shiny and wet, disappeared deep into her, then reappeared before he jammed it back in. Abruptly, Emily let out a great gasp. At first, Denton mistook it for an encouraging sign of approval for his bestial primal lovemaking feats, but then she stopped moving altogether, ceased her backward thrusts.
Wait, Denton, stop. Stop a moment.
What? What's up? Confused, Denton complied, though he didn't withdraw. He remained buried deep inside her, puzzled, cheated.
I think I saw Bianca outside.
What? Denton seemed to have discovered a penchant for simple word repetition.
I'm sure I saw her down there.
Are you sure? Jesus, she just said she was sure. He leaned forward even more, almost lying flat along her back as he pressed his face up to the window alongside hers. She was peering out into the dark, framing her face with her hands. She should be asleep by now. Didn't you have your eyes shut?
Not all the time.
Emily slipped out from under him now, obviously not comfortable with his weight bearing down on her. Denton felt himself slide back out of her wet haven, his unwilling freed organs shaking with frustration. Denton peered out into the night, down where Emily was staring, at Bianca's swing set. Her favorite swing, a single tire swing on chains, was moving, swinging with a slow rhythm back and forth. That in itself didn't mean anything, except the lighter weight trapeze-style bar swing in the center of the set was not moving at all, nor were any of the surrounding trees. No branches swept back and forth, no leaf clusters fluttered, no movement stirred the grass. Denton didn't have to be top of the class to acknowledge the night was very still out there. No wind was in residence, not even a slight breeze. What the? His vision wasn't obscured by the mask he was wearing at all. The eye holes were large and allowed him to be able to see plenty. Nonetheless, he pulled the item off, both glad to be rid of it and reluctant to take it off at the same time, inwardly viewing the removal of the sex aid it had become as curtains closed on the finishing of the role-play capers tonight, especially if Bianca had stupidly taken it upon herself to wander outside at this ungodly hour of night. She wasn't a child prone to sleepwalking, nor was she generally a disobedient kid. She knew right from wrong, and while she could be mischievous at times, it was good-natured. She rarely misbehaved. She sure as hell wouldn't get out of bed and go walking in the night or playing on swings for no reason. Emily was already up and off the bed, her negligee pushed down to cover up her lower nudity, her breast pushed back in, out of sight. When she grabbed her dressing gown and donned it, there was even less to see. The highly charged sexuality of mere minutes prior dissipated, swept beneath parental concern.
I'm going to check on her,
Emily proclaimed, stating the obvious. Hang on a sec. Denton fumbled around for pants. I'll come with you. I'm sure she's in her room fast asleep. Probably just an animal. He wasn't entirely sure what animal it might be. There weren't any around here that he knew of. Not that there weren't any. He just wasn't overly familiar with the types of nightlife that might come out after dark. There weren't any stray cats or dogs around, and Emily eventually wanted to get the household a cat. Now they had no pets. Emily didn't offer a reply to that. She was already on the move. Cursing at his sleeves turned inside out and stubbornly refusing to cooperate, Denton had to stumble out after her, blundering down the hall en route to Bianca's bedroom. She was already well ahead of him, opening Bianca's door and going in. Denton didn't have to race to catch up. She was already whirling around and out in a flash, her face white and aghast.
Denton, she's not in there. She's not in bed.
What? Denton found his one-hit, one-word wonder again. He stood, rooted to the spot for a second. Maybe she had to go to the bathroom. He didn't have to move too far to see that wasn't the case. The hallway toilet, midway between their bedroom and Bianca's, largely unused by either of them courtesy of their en-suite one, had its door standing wide open. It was unoccupied. There was nowhere for her to be hiding in there either. Only a toilet and a sink occupied this small room. Their main shower and bathroom was downstairs.
She's not there. She's not here. I'm telling you, Denton. I saw her outside, by the swings.
Oh, Christ. Let's go find her. She's not a sleepwalker. She can't have just... Fuck!
Denton hesitated only briefly, long enough for Emily to catch up to him. Then he was charging down the stairs. He took them in 2s and 3s, trying not to think about turning an ankle and doing a graceless somersault to the bottom, or breaking his neck, or worse. He had enough clamoring in his head already.
Maybe she did fall asleep quickly and woke up from a nightmare. Despite her protestations, she wouldn't have any. In which case, though she was told otherwise, maybe she did come down to our room. Maybe she pushed open the door, angling to come in and sleep in the big bed, and saw what was going on in there. Not much sleeping getting done in the big bed. Rather, it was her mother getting done from behind by a shaggy-headed monster.
Both Denton and Emily, busy with their primal fucking, had their backs to the door. The window reflection wasn't adequate to display any opening and closing of the door. All it showed were some dim images of Denton in his monstrous mask mounted up behind Emily, thrusting furiously. Nothing else. Too much activity. Too much sexual heat steaming up the window. Wouldn't have heard the door either, not over the array of sex sounds, the wildly protesting bed springs, the knock of the wooden headboard on the wall.
No,
Denton was adamant.
The door didn't open. We closed it behind us. It was still closed up until the point where Emily went tearing out to rush down the hallway, certain she saw Bianca wandering around outside.
He ran through a hasty series of other possibilities why Bianca wasn't fast asleep in bed, or at very least in her room. None of them were feasible. She wasn't hungry. She hadn't managed to finish all her dinner, claiming she was full, so there'd be no reason she was suddenly hungry. If she needed to use the toilet, it was just down the hall. If she wanted a drink, there were glasses in the cabinet above the sink there, and water was all she was allowed to have if she suddenly decided she was thirsty after being put to bed. Denton skidded at the foot of the staircase, almost losing his footing. He could hear Emily behind him, just now coming down the stairs. He had made it down in record time, considering he had waited almost until she was with him before he took the downward charge, but he didn't plan on waiting again. As much as he didn't want to believe Bianca had made the rash decision to go outside, either of her own free choice, or for whatever reason, some of them just didn't bear thinking about.
God, did somebody get into the house and snatch her right out of her bed? Right under our noses?
He had to assume Emily wasn't seeing things. Sure, she was a fair bit sidetracked, but for her to be yanked right out of a state of heightened pleasure she'd been in, stopping the activity dead in its tracks, then she had definitely seen something, which she swore was Bianca. Denton couldn't deny he had seen that single swing on the set moving as if it had just been used, while the others remained still, alongside the trees and plants, immovable on a still windless night. Even with all the lights switched off here, Denton could see fine, partially because they didn't always keep the drapes and curtains pulled shut after dark, and partially because the front door was standing wide open. This time there was no waiting for Emily. He launched into another run, covering the distance between the foot of the stairs and the open door on the other side of the lounge room in no time flat. He hurled himself outside and across the porch, down the trio of stairs with such fervor that his body felt the brunt of the action immediately. It wasn't a long way from the top of the porch to the ground, but Denton had practically thrown himself from the front porch, and the shock of impact raced up his shins, shuddering through to his thighs. It wasn't enough to slow him down, though. Ignoring the groans ricocheting through his legs, he kept running, down the front of the house until he reached the corner. He turned right sharply, and then pulled up short, gasping for breath. He wasn't built for long periods of strenuous activity, even several brief spurts in rather close intervals as he had endured thus far. The pleasurable antics he had been engaged in not so long ago were one thing, but suddenly having to charge downstairs, leaping and jumping down them, racing around the house, All on the heels of the chase he had put in on Emily prior to this was another entirely. Paused, sucking in deep breaths, Denton peered intently at the swing set, as if hoping to see Bianca sitting there, languidly swinging back and forth on her favorite piece. She wasn't, though, and the seat where she must have been sitting when Emily spied her out the bedroom window had just about ceased that irregular movement he had witnessed himself. This side of the house, where both sets of bedrooms faced out onto, was the one most favored by Bianca as her play zone. This was where her swing set was set up, a sand pit, several other small areas of play equipment. Though she often rode her scooter all around the house, she didn't particularly spend a great deal of time frequenting the other sides of the house. The backyard was largely populated by a clothesline, a flower garden and vegetable patch, a tool shed, and a storage shed, where they stashed away an accumulation of crap that they just couldn't find any place for inside. Bianca seemed to play out the back less than she did anywhere else, so it wouldn't make any sense for her to be around there now. Puzzled, Denton examined the rest of her favorite play areas, seeking some sign that she was nearby. He didn't see anything to indicate where she had been, or where she had gone. A rush of pounding footsteps behind him hurled his heart up into his throat, a flush of alarm catching him. In the thrall of the mystery as to where his erstwhile daughter could have disappeared to, he had almost forgotten Emily was coming too. She caught up to him now, snatching at his sleeve in an impulsive motion as she caught sight of the play zone too, seeing Bianca was not present.
Is she? Where is she?
I don't know. Denton gazed helplessly at the silent swings, at the stationary shapes of the other play equipment, all of them unoccupied, all quiet and still, untouched. The last sound he had been expecting to hear fluttered through the tense quiescence of the night. The sound of laughter, childlike laughter, light fluttery, like the gentle tinkle of bells. It punched both relief and alarm into him at the same time. He turned to Emily, clutching at her in the same fashion she had just grabbed at him.
Em, did you hear that?
I heard something.
Her face was a mixture of confusion and hope, as if she wasn't quite sure what she had heard, or she thought she might have heard it wrong. It didn't issue from extremely close by, though, which perturbed Denton. It came from not around the general house area, nor the playground. It came from beyond, out past the playground, over the great expanse of open area where Denton kept the grass methodically mowed as low to the ground as possible. Even when he had been working hard all week and was dead tired, Denton never failed to get out on the weekend and keep that grass mowed. There were woods essentially all around the house, and he dreaded the thought of snakes appearing on home soil, particularly where Bianca was so fond of playing, so he religiously kept that grass down. Beyond that big patch of close-cropped grass, though, were the woods, the trees, en masse. The first line, comprised of around 5 or 6 massive entities, were situated with a great deal of distance between one another. But back beyond that, they started crowding together, growing in closer proximity, jostling for space. Thick clusters of bushes and scrubs grew between them. Smaller saplings looking to one day develop into enormous trees in their own right and assert their dominance fought for attention too. After that initial sporadic stand of trees, the woods became ominous, dark, thick. They were a place one wouldn't want to venture into in the middle of a bright day, let alone in the dead of night. Denton had been down there on the odd occasion, albeit very rarely. It wasn't a place he liked to go. They were beset by furious storms at stages around here, and he ventured down out of curiosity to check the storm damage. He had seen some signs of pretty violent activity courtesy of howling winds and pummeling rains. Several of the big trees had been completely knocked over, uprooted and felled by the stormy tempests, and at one point he had seen one that hadn't quite managed to hit the ground. The close proximity of so many trees to one another meant the partially fallen one had landed atop another great gnarled behemoth, angled against it so the uppermost branches and leaves of each tree became entangled and wrapped around each other. He vowed to try and steer clear of that location, figuring one day, should another crazy storm kick up, both forest giants might be inclined to fall together. Fortunately, none of the trees were close enough to threaten the house should they happen to fall in that general direction. There was some distance between the family residence and that nearest line of trees, let alone those around the other sides of the house, that anything wouldn't come close to causing any damage. Nonetheless, Denton often viewed the trees as long, patient sentinels, just watching the house, waiting, planning an eventual takeover of the ground that was cleared in their midst to make way for the family dwelling. The thicker the woods grew, the more they appeared to converge on the house, to advance, ever so slowly, but inexorably, looking to claim back their land. One day, Denton figured he should incorporate those ideas into a bedtime story for Bianca. Right now, though, staring down into that impossible darkness, knowing that's where he had heard that light tinkle of laughter issuing from, stories were the last thing he wanted to consider. He was living one right now, his daughter absent, gone AWOL in the dead of night, apparently down in the last place he wanted to be. The sound came again, that butterfly flutter of laughter. It didn't sound as though she were in any distress, in any trouble. But why the hell would she be wandering off into the woods? She was forbidden to go down there in the middle of the day unless accompanied by an adult, and she had never elected to flaunt those rules. She'd never given any indication of wanting to venture into the thick of the forest. What in the world would make her think trekking off in the dark to go there was a good idea? Unless she was still asleep, trapped in the middle of a dream, unaware what she was doing or even where she was. Bianca hadn't ever been one for sleepwalking, or even sleep-talking for that matter. Denton certainly couldn't recall a time when she had engaged in either. Nonetheless, he guessed there was always a first time for everything, and maybe that first time was right now.
It is her,
Emily exclaimed. Then she was off, not waiting for any confirmation from Denton.
Wait! Hold up a sec!
Denton called.
Shouldn't we grab flashlights or something?
It's bright enough out here. Any second wasted is a second we don't have to find her if she's in trouble.
Much like Denton barreling outside in a hurry, Emily wasn't sticking around, waiting. She was already past the playground area, halfway across the cleared area en route to the first line of trees.
It won't be that bright!
Down in the woods once you get yourself deep in there, Denton started to say, his voice trailing off as he watched a purposeful set of strides. She wasn't slowing down for anything, and as for Bianca being in trouble, the light flutter of her laughter sure didn't indicate any sign of that. But then again, that could change in a hurry. If she was sleepwalking, chasing butterflies or unicorns in a fuzzy day-glow dream, she would trip over. She could trip over, run smack into the monster trunks of one of those gargantuan trees, fall in a hole. Anything could go badly pear-shaped, which would probably be cause to grab a flashlight to ensure none of them did any of that shit and went ass up in what was going to be a mass of darkness and woodsy danger. But Emily was already too close to approaching the tree line to consider turning around and coming back for one. And the closer she got to the trees, the more distance she put between herself and Denton, which abruptly made him nervous. He didn't want to let her get too far ahead, didn't want both his girls out there in the woods stumbling around in the dark.
What about
shoes? He started to call out, only just now acknowledging he had fled out the door without a thought for covering his feet. Only just now acknowledging he had fled out the door without a thought for covering his feet. Emily would have at least her slippers on, which probably explained that brief elapse of time between him charging down the steps and her following. She seemed to possess the uncanny knack of always knowing where a pair of her slippers were so she could throw them on at a moment's notice if she had to venture outside, whereas Denton, like a bull at a gate, acted first and thought later, and almost always rued the consequences, just like right now. Shit, he had never expected the front door to be standing open. Certainly hadn't imagined he'd be having to wander down into the depths of the woods sans shoes, sans flashlight.
Jesus Christ! Oh, Bianca, what are you doing out here?
He moaned. He looked away from Emily's departing back, a pale shape that seemed like a disembodied floating dressing gown among the trees, and he did so for the briefest second. When he looked back, she was gone from sight, disappearing in the murky dark that existed beyond the haphazard front line of trees.
Shit! Wait up!
He called out, but his voice was weak, stolen away by too much unexpected and unwanted physical activity. Not like she'd wait anyway. She was a woman on a mission, desperate to locate her missing girl. With one last fleeting thought of dashing back inside to snag a flashlight and a pair of shoes, Denton opted against it. Pressed on by that desire not to have both his girls absent from his view for more than a few seconds. Dreading what horrors he was going to step on, or what damage the rocks and sticks, thorns and fallen branches, let alone creatures and crawling insectile monsters were going to mete out to his poor feet, Denton hastened through Bianca's playground. An ear-splitting scream rushed out of the woods, a horrible gale of sound that curdled his blood. It hit him like a physical force, bursting back through the trees in a wave of pure, undiluted terror. Fear gripped his heart in a vice grip. Cold sweat washed over him. He ran now, all thoughts for the preservation of his feet or the need to obtain a torch gone, cast aside by that shrill emanation of horror. His heart hammered. Something had gone awry, badly so. That was Emily screaming, a thin, reedy wail of sound, shrill and high-pitched, but laced with so much terror he knew whatever she had come across was utterly nightmarish. Something to do with Bianca? Had she found her? All the terrible scenarios that rushed through his head just prior, all the potential mishaps and horrible outcomes that could befall Bianca wandering around in a potential sleepwalk state crashed back into the forefront of his mind, all jostling for prime position. Each one was worse than the last. He pounded over the close-cropped grass of the cleared area, ignoring the stabs of tiny grass stalks he had mowed down to mere stubs as they assaulted the exposed skin of his feet. If the shorn grass was going to create havoc, then the forest floor was going to be hellish, but Denton hadn't any time to bemoan that. It sounded like there was something far worse in store down in the dark. He left the front line of trees behind, skirted through the advancing bushes and shrubbery, and into the place where trees often grew so close together their trunks rubbed bark from one another. Then he discovered it wasn't nearly as dark as he had expected it to be. Despite there being so many trees crowded together, they weren't all like that. There were thick clusters of them, and then there were patches and spaces between these. What was more, not all the entities were gifted with immense foliage and leaf cover. The proliferation of trees didn't quite create the impenetrable canopy Denton figured would be in existence to blot out the moon. Some of the monstrosities, old, gnarled, twisted creations, were utterly bereft of leaves, stripped bare and skeletal, and their uppermost branches scraped and scratched at the sky like crooked wooden claws. Their presence meant the moonlight was able to spear right through the myriad gaps between their branches to the ground. Denton wished that wasn't the case. He wished it were pitch black in here, so dark he could see nothing, for that was infinitely better than what he could see right now. Up ahead, just beyond where the figure of Emily stood, Frozen still towered one of these leafless monsters, spanning its skeletal branches up into the night firmament. About 10 feet or so from the ground, a great branch extended from the massive trunk, almost at a perfect right angle. This protruding limb was thick and sturdy, its girth that of a corpulent man's midsection or more, and it looked as though it could support abundant weight, which was just as well, for there was quite some weight on it. From the point where the branch jointed the trunk, almost right out to where it forked up into another angle, there were things suspended, hanging from the limb. No, not things. People. Dangling. Swinging. Some moving, some completely still. The moon, a cruel vixen delighting in highlighting the atrocity, threw more than enough light down through the leafless branches to display things in vivid detail. Even though he was still some distance away, Denton could see faces, other exposed sections of skin. He could see blood here, lots of blood, too much blood. He could see horrible damage. He could see mutilated flesh and horrific injuries. He wanted to stop dead just like Emily, even though she was far closer to this hideous scene than he. But his stupid, stubborn feet, used to traipsing around in undergrowth now, refused to cease movement. They continued walking, dragging his unwilling body closer and closer, until he was mere feet from where Emily stood. She wasn't moving a muscle, paralyzed, staring with wide, horrified eyes at the branch lined with dangling souls. There was no way in hell Denton wanted to be any closer, wanted to see any of this. But he had to. He had to be close enough to examine those dangling, strung-up figures. He had to know who was there. They all looked to be different sizes, different heights. If there was one smaller than the rest, shorter, child-sized. He wanted to scan quickly along the row, not taking in enough of the barbarism, just enough to ensure his worst fears weren't going to be confirmed. But like his obstinate feet, his eyes refused to cooperate with his wishes. They fixated on each soul, staring in horrified fascination. The strung-up body closest to the trunk, the largest figure in the row, was somebody he recognized. His family's closest neighbor, a fellow with a property several miles from their own. Right now, struck with dumbfounded horror, Denton couldn't even recall the man's name. But he certainly recognized the face, even as horrifically disfigured and damaged as it was now. This man, well over 6 foot, broad of shoulder, brawny and barrel-chested, was a big human, somebody who easily dwarfed Denton when standing next to him. It must have taken some incredible strength to get him hoisted up to the tree branch where he was, leaving him a helpless, dangling chunk of meat. With the cruel moonglow shining a spotlight directly onto the barbarity, Denton couldn't avoid the mutilation of flesh even if he had tried to. It was like a magnet, drawing him in, stunting any resistance he had. His neighbor's face was an utter mess, a ruin of shredded flesh that had featured one cheek so torn it had fallen away from the face in a gory flag that flapped against the side of the man's neck. The teeth beneath, the whole interior of that side of the man's mouth, were visible in hideous detail. These teeth were chipped, broken, stained with blood. The tongue was partially visible too, lolling out the side, a meaty slab of flesh that had suffered as much damage as all else. Big blood lacerations marked it, streaked in haphazard lines along it. It looked like much of the damage to the fellow's tongue had been done by himself, most likely gnashing and tearing at it with his own teeth whilst the damage being done to the rest of his body was meted out. A nose, big and bulbous and formerly protruding straight out the middle of his face, was now mashed back against a relatively intact cheek. Puncture marks and holes in it that shouldn't have been there. Rivulets of blood still trickled from these fissures, so too from an eye socket. This section no longer hosted an eyeball. Instead, that was dangling on stringy tendrils down across the battered nose, either forcefully removed from its place of usual residence or having had so much pressure applied to it that it popped out itself. Further below, beneath the bloody fright mask of the man's face, great ragged wounds scored the throat and ran right down the big burly chest. Dressed in his standard attire of a plaid shirt and dune-colored pants, the fellow now had his shirt ripped wide open, so his chest was exposed to the elements, and of course whatever monstrous thing was responsible for the mutilations adorning his skin. Holes like those punched in his face, albeit much bigger and featuring far more ragged edges, were all over his pectorals and sternum, several in his abdomen. Blood still ran from them all, merely trickling from those highest on his frame, and pouring like switched-on faucets from the lower. Denton hunched down in a painful crouch, clutching at his own stomach as he dry-retched and heaved, struggling to successfully bring forth anything substantial to throw up. Even as he did that, his stubborn eyes still refused to allow him to look anywhere but at the row of atrocity lined along the branch. Next to the big battered man was his wife, equally brutalized. Captured in her nightdress, perhaps forcefully yanked right out of her bed or residence, she hung alongside her partner, her neck so bent, her head draping to her chest that it looked as though it was broken. There was so much blood pouring from her frame, stemming from myriad incisions and injuries, that it streamed down her arms, dripping from fingers, down her legs, dripping from the toes of her bare feet. Thankfully, with her head drooping so low, any vision of her face was obscured, though Denton had no doubt it was as bad in appearance as that of her husband, a ruined mess of meat that presented little resistance to whatever exorable presence rained furious violence upon it. The rest of the row of helpless souls, some more bathed in patches of shadow than those nearest to the big trunk, were similarly dehumanized, their forms playing host to multiple horrific injuries. Cuts inflicted by something powerful, sharp, and unrelenting ran along bodies. In one instance from the hollow of a throat right down to the top of a partially exposed groin, spilling loops of intestines right out of the gaping hole created. Bruises, scratches, clawed open holes, and oddly neat punctures marked almost all exposed skin. Flaps of flesh were ripped apart, displaying raw muscle, subcutaneous fat, even stark bone. There were even limbs bent at impossible angles, broken, twisted, and unnatural, as if they had been deliberately destroyed prior to the hanging process, perhaps done with the intention of crueling the victim's chance of escape. One of those in the row possessed terrible damage to both feet, the extremities looking like they had been crushed with great force, squashed so extensively they no longer had any identifiable shape, bar that of bloodied pancakes. Though the damage done to each was different, varied in its cruelty, the strung-up souls were unified by one feature. Each of them bled freely, from arms and fingers, from feet, from wounds open in abdomens, chests, faces. They all bled, drenching the ground beneath them in a cascading red rain, soaking the soil beneath, bathing it, drenching it, washing it in a deluge of red, a downpour that saturated the ground, seeping down into freshly turned earth. Denton stared in mesmerized horror. It was impossible, unbelievable. He watched the blood sluicing from bodies, hitting the ground in a constant patter. Droplets of gore, ruby red when caught in the moonlight, so dark they appeared black elsewhere, rained down before him. Finally, he was able to tear his eyes away and straighten up, enough to stagger on clumsy legs over to Emily. She remained where he had first encountered her, legs stiff, body frozen. Her face was dead white, aghast, stricken with shock.
No, no, no,
she murmured, a quiet litany that was barely audible.
What is this? This can't be.
A sound so strangled and bizarre that Denton didn't even know what he was hearing issued, coming from the general vicinity of the branch of horror. It took him a few seconds to realize it was coming from one of those strung-up souls. A garbled, choking plea for help. A desperate, strangled imploration drowning in a wash of blood. Upon first glimpse of the nightmare, Denton assumed immediately that each of those hanging victims were dead, stricken down by their injuries, but the horrible reality they weren't sank in. It may have been true that some, if not most of them, were deceased, but it certainly wasn't the case for all of them. Some of them were impossibly still alive, begging desperately for help with whatever ragged remains of their voices they had.
They're still alive,
Emily gasped, finally yanked out of her borderline catatonia by the disturbing ululation of voices coming from the tree. Even in this horrible situation, her good nature, her desire to aid others shone through.
We have to help them, Denton.
Help them? Denton echoed like a dumbstruck parrot. How? For a fellow so adept at conjuring up macabre stories, often beset with bloodshed, Denton was painfully squeamish when it came to being faced with bloody mayhem of the real variety. Approaching those grisly figures, some riddled with so much grievous bodily harm that even attempting to help them might exacerbate their path to death, was not something he wanted to do. What was more, he couldn't fathom how he and Emily would be able to get down even the most slightly built of the dangling victims, let alone those on the bulkier side.
I don't know,
Emily wailed.
But they're still alive, some of them. We can't just leave them.
Let's call someone. The authorities. An ambulance. Let's call for help.
And Bianca? Where's Bianca? She'll be up on that branch before help gets here, Denton.
Her voice was high-pitched, laced with an edge of hysteria that was bubbling and threatening to overtake her. Yet the last part of her statement came out sounding cold and final, as if daring Denton to find a set of balls and get a little more proactive before his daughter ended up a bleeding side of beef on a tree branch.
Oh, Jesus, this can't be happening.
Help them, Denton.
With chunks of ice seeming to form in the pit of his stomach, Denton turned away from Emily, back towards the grotesqueries adorning the tree. He stared in hapless fascination for several long moments, trying to gauge which of the dangling figures was speaking. More importantly, trying to figure out just how in the fuck he was supposed to get them down. He moved on leaden legs that felt like lumps of clay, barely registering the bites and stabs of small stones and broken twigs on the forest floor as they encountered his feet. Closer he edged, until he was near enough to reach out and touch one of those dangling figures. Not that he wanted to. He could see that most of them were still, unmoving, but not all. There were a couple that were swaying, gently oscillating back and forth. Given the fact the night was bereft of breeze, windless and still, he acknowledged this motion could only be courtesy of the people themselves, willing their battered bodies to move in any way they could. Trying to ignore getting caught up in gazing into the bloody eyeless socket of his neighbor and its grisly hanging optical ornament, he edged along the road towards the first soul he could detect motion from. Belatedly, he realized he was trudging through a swamp, a bloody, gory swamp of blood-soaked earth. Blood bathed his feet, squelched up between his toes. The feeling was horrible. The realization of what he was doing was even worse. Then Emily screamed again. And Denton saw why. Back beyond the nightmare scene, another unfolding. Stepping out from between two behemoth trees was something impossible, something monstrous, something tall and dark, something loathsome, with long swinging arms, shovel-shaped hands tipped with pointed claws, some straight, some curved talons. A great misshapen face, ragged, unnatural, looking not unlike the side of an ancient tree, as if it were made up of strips of flaking flags of old decrepit bark. Glowering from deeply set hollows in this monstrous visage were fearsome red orbs, fiery crimson eyes that burned into Denton with such intensity he could almost physically feel it. This time he was the one frozen stiff, standing dumbstruck alongside the row of dangling bodies, a hand outstretched. He had heard of folks becoming paralyzed with fear before. He never experienced it until now. It was a crippling experience. Helpless, he just stood there, his feet rooted to the spot. The movement along the tree branch from whatever poor souls were still alive intensified, at least as much as that was possible. The pitiful mewlings and sounds of agony lifting in conjunction. Denton heard Emily's voice somewhere behind him, raining a desperate litany, begging him to move, but it seemed hazy and distant, as if it were issuing from some great distance away. He stared in hapless fixation. The loathsome being emerged from the trees, one long arm stretched out towards the row of victims. It moved not with any speed or urgency whatsoever, but with a ponderous gait that was calculated, deliberate, terrifying. As it did so, the clawed, irregular fingers raked along the exposed skin of bodies, drawing forth more blood to drip into the ground below. This was impossible. This wasn't happening. This was a bad dream, a terrible nightmare. Denton wasn't here, he knew that. He was back at home, interred in bed, victim to his own imagination. Emily grabbed his arm. There was so much desperate force in her motion that he felt her fingernails digging into his flesh, gouging deep. The pinprick flares of pain that ensued jolted him from the fugue.
Come on!
She was screaming at him, her voice ragged but clearer now, an air raid siren sounding off in his ears.
Run!
The roles were reversed now. He was the one wondering about Bianca, desperate to find her, but he had enough common sense left to acknowledge they weren't about to find her just standing here waiting for the beast to snare them and string them up on the branch. Finally tearing his eyes away from the nightmare visage, Denton ran. Emily, already on the move, threw fleeting looks back over her shoulder, ensuring he was following. He was, but his bare feet, unaccustomed to the rough terrain, were giving him hell for it. He felt something punch right into the soft flesh of his arch, tried to ignore it. As painful as it felt, it had to be a damn sight better than being punched full of holes by the claws of that thing.
Just call it what it is, Denton.
A malicious little voice sounded in his mind.
Call it by name. You know what it is.
Denton steadfastly refused to acknowledge, to accept. It was impossible. Couldn't be true. Once he accepted it, then the walls of reality came crashing down, as if they weren't already. Emily pounded out of the woods, escaping the tree line. She charged across the flattened grass back towards the house. Despite his bare feet and the myriad pains shooting through them, Denton was right on her tail. The last time he had been right on her tail had been far more pleasurable, happening under far better circumstances. That felt like ages ago, a lifetime ago. What didn't, however, was the bedroom story he had told Bianca.
A gun!
He rasped in Emily's ear, catching up to her.
I have a gun!
A gun?
she echoed, an expression of shock skittering across her face. She seemed almost more shocked by that revelation than by the nightmare sequences that unfolded down in the woods.
Yeah.
His voice was almost completely gone, breath stolen by the rush of panicked running.
Snakes and things like that, you know? Woodsy threats.
Okay.
She accepted that, buoyed instead by the possibility they weren't entirely helpless.
Where?
Garage. In the garage.
On cue, she shifted angle, running not towards the front door of the house, but past it. The garage sat on the left side of the residence, not part of the building, but a standalone structure separate to the rest, some meters from the main body. Denton followed, gained, took the lead. His feet screamed at him. He was sure they were cut to ribbons, probably leaving a bloody trail of footprints behind, but that was the least of his concerns. Foremost should have been Bianca, but she was absent, no sign of her whatsoever. As long as she wasn't dangling like a hanged doll on that terrible tree branch, then perhaps there was still hope she hadn't even been discovered by the Lurker. The impossible being down among the trees. With so few neighbors out here and the nearest usually miles away rather than hanging from a tree branch, mutilated and bleeding out, and zero unexpected visitors, they didn't see any pressing need to keep the garage door locked. For the same reason, Denton kept the grass clipped short, kept a gun stashed. They kept the door shut when it wasn't in use, but there was no need to secure it. Nobody was about to break in there looking to steal a car. Denton muttered silent thanks for that now as he stooped, grabbing the roller door handle, flinging it up. He blundered inside, Emily close by. She pressed up against him, a hand clutching his biceps. Her breath was stabbing out of her in ragged gasps, hot against his skin. He was surprised he could see so well in here. Normally any late-night visit to the garage, as infrequent as they were, required him to flood the area with light, or he risked doing himself a serious mischief, blundering into unforgiving items in the dark. It was still gloomy in the garage, but with a window on either side, along with the door pulled right up, allowing abundant moonlight to shine through, it wasn't difficult to navigate through the place. He headed around the car. Emily wanted to follow, but he could imagine the turmoil in her head. Coming in there with him meant both of them potentially might be trapped in there. There was only one way in and out of the garage. It had no side door. She loitered by the open door, a step or two inside, dancing from foot to foot. Denton scrabbled along the side bench, felt beneath it. He had a lockbox here, unobtrusively stashed between other toolboxes and the like. A ring of keys hanging up on the wall, well out of reach of Bianca, contained the key to unlock it. Any other occasion, keeping the key in the box in such proximity was probably ridiculously foolish, but right now it was a blessing. Denton fumbled out the box with shaking hands. He struggled with the key, failed to get it in the lock, almost dropped it from sweaty, slippery fingers. Finally, he prevailed. As he did, Emily's scream came blaring through the garage. A shrill sound of terror that raked at his eardrums. He snagged the firearm out of the resting place, an already elevated heart rate kicking into overdrive. Fingers, clumsy and trembling, felt around for the ammunition. It was as equally foolish and most likely illegal as keeping the key to unlock the box, having the ammunition and gun contained within the very same storage facility, but again, Denton thanked every star he could think of that he had. The only other thing he wished he had done was keep the damn gun loaded. Now he hastened to do just that, Emily's shrill shriek ringing in his ears. He could still see her there, framed in the doorway, so at least she hadn't been snatched and spirited away to hang on the tree branch with a row of luckless and largely bloodless souls. But there was definitely something terrible out there, nearby, within her sight. She darted in through the mouth of the garage, shrinking out of sight in the darkness. trying to keep one eye on her and the expanse of ground leading to the tree line outside, and the other on his fumbling ministrations of loading the weapon, Denton dropped a couple of bullets. He heard them strike the concrete floor, clatter away beneath the car. Illogically, he debated dropping the hands and knees to feel around under the automobile to retrieve them. He had more bullets, of course. He had never fired a single one of them, but a nasty little voice in the back of his head was making the unwelcome suggestion that he needed every last one of those bullets, maybe more.
Denton?
Emily's voice was a disembodied quaver, floating to him from the dark recesses where the light didn't quite reach.
It's coming. It's out there.
Denton hurried back along the space between the car and the wall, the gun in shaky hands, a jumble of bullets weighing down a pocket of his pants. He didn't need to make it to the mouth of the garage to see. It was out there all right, coming free of the tree line, directly opposite the garage. That hideous motion, that perceived slow, ponderous gait was a choreography of deception. The beast, Lurker, couldn't have been moving slow in any shape or form. After all, despite being in bare feet and slippers, both Denton and Emily tore from the grotesque scene down in the woods at great pace, running for their lives. They'd moved quick, incredibly quick. Denton was pretty sure he had never run that fast in his life, and they certainly hadn't been here in the garage for more than a scattering of seconds beyond a minute. And yet the creature was already here, already advancing.
Shoot it, Denton. Shoot it.
With hands that felt as though they were being barreled around by a furious bluster of wind, Denton raised the gun, moving as near to the open door as he dared. The irrational feeling that stepping outside of the garage meant they were doomed rushed through him, though of course it was hardly as if they were able to hide here and hope the fiend would go away. It already knew where they were. It had tailed them from the woods in an unerring line. Denton was no marksman, but the big, dark, irregular shape hulking out in the open, the trees left behind it, made for a decent target. Having ventured out to a firing range a handful of times, Denton knew if he could steady his hands a fraction, he'd be able to score a hit. He aimed, squinted, squeezed the trigger. The ensuing gunshot wasn't as deafening as he had been expecting, more of a flat crack, but it was still loud enough to resonate around his head. It was a direct hit, square in the midriff area of the beast. It had the same effect he might have expected to receive from tossing a pebble.
Again!
Emily shrilled.
Just keep shooting until you blow it away.
Denton did exactly that. He squeezed the trigger again, fired until the gun clicked on empty. The smell of cordite hung heavy in the air. Smoke drifted around his face, yet the creature stood firm, unbowed by wearing a barrage of lead. Denton knew he hadn't missed a single shot. The closer the beast got, the bigger a target it presented. Nothing fazed it.
Denton, shoot it in the head somewhere. Where's its weak spot? You created it. You can kill it.
There they were. The horrible words Denton himself had been refusing to accept, to believe, to acknowledge were true. He'd created it. This hulking entity advancing on his home was born of a bedtime horror story, a light-hearted attempt to conjure up something a little darker and scarier for the somewhat ghoulish, morbid taste of his young daughter. And as Emily shrieked those words, he had been unable to admit to himself. A new wave of terror engulfed him. After years of almost being wiped to extinction, the Lurker evolved, learned, coped, became something that man could no longer control or kill. So no, humans can't kill him. He's evolved beyond their capabilities. "Oh, Jesus," he moaned. As he rummaged desperately in his pocket for more bullets that he realized were just going to be useless pellets, he caught Emily's eye.
I made him unkillable. I said he's beyond our abilities.
So change the story. It's your story. It's your monster. You made this, Denton. You did this. You take control.
Denton stared out into the night, fixed his eyes on the nightmare visage of ancient peeling bark strips, horror fangs and blazing red eyes. He raised the gun, once more loaded.
Many actually thought the Lurker was unkillable. A beast evolved beyond man's ability to destroy, but that's not entirely true. One well-placed shot fired directly into either eye of the fiend can do the trick. Few have ever been in close enough proximity for this to be successful. But one man was.
Denton bellowed his words in a flurry of alphabet soup, but they came from him stronger than he had expected, ringing out with a note of authority, albeit tinged with abundant desperation. His arms felt weak and shaky, numb and leaden from the exertions of emptying the gun uselessly in the barky flesh of the Lurker already. But he called on every reservoir of strength he had in him and aimed, locked the gun square on one hideous red eye, waited. The rest of him was trembling like a leaf in a storm, but his arm remained steady, locked in place.
Only then can the Lurker be put down. Only then can the alleged unkillable monster be killed.
He waited a split second longer, even with Emily screaming in his ear to do it. Then he fired. The Lurker swept one long branch-like arm around in a great scything motion, and there was nothing ponderous about it at all. Though the beast was still a reasonable distance away, certainly not close enough to reach out and touch, the gun was instantaneously ripped from Denton's hand. It flew free, as if yanked away by some inexorable invisible force, hurled away into the night. There was a belated and very distant crack of gunfire, as if it was issuing from far, far away. Then it was too late to do anything. The last thing Denton heard was Emily screaming, ramping up into an ear-splitting crescendo that almost punctured his eardrums. The agony infiltrating every part of his body was excruciating. Eyelids that felt thick and crusty and difficult to open finally cracked ajar. It afforded him little vision, merely a reddish haze through gummy slits. He would have run hands over his eyes, rubbing away whatever residue clogged them shut. But for some reason he couldn't move his arms at all. There was pain in them, tight, constricting bands of it, around his wrists and biceps, likewise a thick band of it around his chest. He discovered he could move his feet, albeit weakly, leadenly. As far as he could determine, those feet weren't flat on any surface. They appeared to be hanging in midair, as improbable as that might seem. There was an odor hanging all around, a terrible pervading one, that seemed to be seeping into the pores of his skin, swimming all around him and infiltrating every orifice. It smelled of death, of decay, old rotten trees and cloying damp earth. His sense of smell appeared to be the major one his body was allowing him to possess, but slowly they all began to return. Hearing followed on the tail of smell, and a miasma of sound swept over him. Pitiful mewlings, pained groans, desperate litanies of indecipherable words, creaking, cracking, the sound of rustling. Eyesight, marred by the sticky residue gumming his eyes together, came last, as he finally managed to prise eyelids apart enough to see more than a red fog. Looking straight ahead, he could see little but the outlines of trees, fringed by the blur of red still hovering around the edges of his vision. It felt as though he were looking at parts of trees he wouldn't ordinarily have a straight-line view of, as if he were somehow extraordinarily tall. That sensation didn't alter any as he panned his eyes down, running down the long length of trunks that he'd usually have to look up at. The ground didn't seem to be that far down, but it was a lot further down than it would have been from his regular height. The fact that he couldn't actually feel the earth beneath his feet was somewhat perturbing, though. Soon enough, he wished he hadn't elected to look away from the relative innocuousness of the trees. What waited below on the ground, or rather in the ground, was horrifying. Even with the red mist dimming his vision to an extent he could see enough of the ground to take it all in, and the sight scarred his brain. A great spread of churned-up soil and newly turned earth spanned out over much of the area he was looking at, and housed within this was what looked like a nightmare garden, comprised of human legs and feet, some bare, some clad in shoes or boots or other items of footwear. All were pointed skywards, as if this hideous zone was little more than a field of feet. Those that were bare were heavily lacerated, mangled, missing toes, crisscrossed with scores of cuts that still leaked blood. There was no uniform structure to the unnatural creation. In some instances, there was nothing more than feet protruding from the earth. In others, there were entire sets of legs, visible from the waist up. Some of these were dressed, some were naked, leaving grotesque images of nether regions, as bloody and mutilated as the bare feet, dancing before his horrified eyes. He jerked his eyes back up, caught another view of the trees, then panned to his left. There was his left arm, and there was the reason he couldn't move his upper limbs. His arm extended out along a thick branch, and wrapped tight around both his wrist and his biceps were thorny vines, their serpentine coils lashing him securely to the branch. He didn't need to repeat process to look right and know his other arm was likewise tethered in brutal fashion to the branch. Nor did he have to try and glance down at his chest area to realize the constricting pain loitering there was the result of more vines wrapping around his body and pulling up under his armpits, further securing him in a hideous hanging crucifixion pose, which of course accounted for both the unnerving feelings of being abnormally tall and not being able to feel the ground beneath feet. Just like those brutalized souls he had witnessed what felt like some long hours ago, Denton was affixed to a tree branch, probably the same one, dangling helplessly, victim to the Lurker. He wiggled his fingers, tried to move his hand. It curled up, straining against the cruel binds around his wrist, and thorny barbs dug into his flesh. Blood welled out around them, trickling down his arm, droplets streaking along the branch and falling to the earth below. He could feel a mixture of wet warmth and agony all over his body and knew there would be blood pouring from him elsewhere. Now, with all his faculties somewhat intact, he acknowledged he could feel it streaming from his chest, running down over his abdomen, running in rivulets down his legs, dropping off his toes. Beyond his hopeless wiggling fingers, he could see worse. Emily, as helplessly ensnared as he was, bloody arms lashed tight to the branch with thorny bindings. Her head was slumped, chin to her chest, face enveloped behind tangled falls of hair. He could see blood in that hair, thick patches of it where it clumped and matted her locks into gory ropes. There was no movement from her at all, no feeble struggles, nothing. There didn't appear to be much sound emanating from down along that section of the branch, so he suspected the pitiful mewls and despairing groans he had heard just before his senses all decided to return to him belonged to her as she struggled in vain to extricate herself from this impossible situation. He tried to call out to her, but nothing came forth except a scratchy groan that lacked any volume. He seemed to have been stricken dumb, rendered unable to bring forth any vocal sound whatsoever. The pervading stench that lingered around upon his return to consciousness was suddenly back, more overpowering than ever. To be fair, it hadn't ever dissipated, but now, for whatever reason, it was stronger than ever, pungent and rank. It was the dank aroma of earth soaked in blood, of old rotten tree trunks festering away, of ancient bark thick with fetid moss, of dying things and diseased meat. And Denton, pulling his eyes away from Emily's limp, sagging figure to face forwards once more, saw why. Right before him, so close he could reach out and touch it were his hands not bound by thorny restraints, was the nightmare face of the Lurker. The death smell, the odor of rottenness and sanguinary soil emanated from the impossible fiend itself, wafting from it and drifting around it like some noxious cloud. Red eyes lanced into him, searing right into his soul with a burn that was almost a physical one, peering from the cavernous cracks in the bark-like span of the monstrous visage. Denton's mind rebelled against what he was looking at, tried to fold in upon itself, tried to reject what it was seeing, but the image refused to disappear. It loomed in closer still, a ragged cornucopia of fleshly strips and flags and unnatural protuberances that were neither horns nor barbs, a maw that dripped haphazard teeth patterns, crevices lined the face, deep fissures that zigzagged around deep nasal slits, curled around blackened lips. As Denton stared in helpless fascination, transfixed and trying to blot this thing of his own creation from his imagination, something pressed firm against the taut flesh of his abdomen, then dug deep, bringing forth a hellish new inferno of pain. A great stab of sharp agony blossomed, and he could feel something curved and impossibly hard tearing a line through his skin, separating fat and muscle, digging deeper still. He screamed now, but the sound only roared around the inside of his head. The only sound that issued from him was a mournful whistling that mirrored the noise of his flesh being torn apart. The eyes of the beast never left his as it buried claws deep within his stomach, ripping him asunder, stretching the sides of the wound open. At the same time, it brought another clawed hand up to his face, pressing a curved talon to a cheek with an inanely gentle flourish that was almost akin to a loving caress. Then the claws punctured his skin, stabbing right through his cheek, ripping away a great section of his tongue as they did. Blood immediately filled his mouth, flooding it with a salty coppery wash before it began to spill over his lips and pour out the gash in his face. Inexplicably, the Lurker withdrew hands from both wounds and stepped away from him. Even as Denton felt his guts unspooling, seeking to evacuate his body from the rend in his stomach, he knew the Lurker was done with him for now. He was still alive, still able to drench the earth below in cascades of warm blood. Emily, on the other hand. Denton's desperate screams were soundless pleas, wordless invocations of horror that resounded nowhere but his mind, as blood gushed from him and his eyes tracked the movements of the Lurker, as it left him behind and made its way to the dangling shape that was Emily. There was no preamble there, no repeat of the brutalities inflicted on Denton. Instead, the Lurker enfolded Emily's form in its arms, wrapped the branch-like entities around her in a deathly grip, then yanked her free of her moorings. Denton's heart, already a desolate black stone, sank deeper, pitching him into an abyss of grief as he acknowledged what that meant. She was no more use to the Lurker hanging upon the branch to drench the ground in her blood. She was gone, her corpse ready to be used for the next part of the grisly ritual. Helpless, hopeless, bleeding out, and feeling the unpleasant tug as his innards attempted to pull themselves further from the cavity they were ill at rest in. Denton could only watch as the ghoul carried Emily's lifeless body across the bloodied mess of upturned soil. Moving between the field of feet, the lurker came upon a free patch, obviously deemed satisfactory, and dumped Emily to the side. She fell without grace, flopping like a marionette cut free of its strings. Bloodied hands splayed out upon earth. Matted locks of hair spooled around her head. The lurker stooped, and then plunged the odd shovel-shaped claws of his hands into the earth. There was a frenzied flurry of motion, so quick it was a blur to Denton. Scatters of soil flew. Great chunks of clod were hurled back over the beast's shoulder. The thick smell of the blood-soaked earth was cloying and dank, infiltrating Denton's nostrils, almost more pungent than the smell of the lurker itself, though not quite. In a matter of seconds, the creature had a deep furrow gouged in the earth. Now Emily's body, formerly cast aside like so much useless refuse, was hauled up again. The lurker straightened up again, and before Denton's horrified eyes, hoisted Emily upside down so her bloodied nest of hair hung in tangles toward the ground. The creature speared Emily head first down into the hole, then continued to drive her downwards, even after her head and shoulders disappeared. Clumps of soil tumbled in after her, packing in around her body, even as the lurker forced her deeper, until, like the rest of the luckless inhabitants of the field of feet, she was little more than a pair of legs extending from the ground. Even then, the lurker didn't return to Denton. Instead, apparently satisfied with the positioning of his new earthly ornament, he crossed the field of feet and momentarily disappeared, vanishing beyond the tree line, going deeper into the thick of trees clustered beyond. Only a brief period of time elapsed before he returned. This time, though, he wasn't alone. He walked out of the trees with one long arm outstretched, hand in hand with somebody else. With her nightdress pockmarked by spots and patches of dirt and rust-colored stains, her face a picture of serenity, Bianca wandered, her small fingers clasped in the monstrous mid of the lurker. A great bomb blast of shock that rattled him more profoundly than any single one of the monstrosities committed tonight shook Denton. Again he sought his voice, tried to drum up any form of vocal ability at all, but there was nothing. Just a gasping wheeze, a hoarse whisper that failed to reach even his own ears. Together the lurker and Bianca wandered into the field of feet, moving between outstretched legs and bloody mutilated limbs as nonchalantly as a peaceful wander through a tranquil garden. Only now did Denton see that Bianca's other hand was clasping another item, a pair of garden shears. As the lurker moved among the grotesqueries in the earth, jabbing intermittently at one here or another there, Bianca stopped alongside the newest edition of the collection, the legs of Emily, the feet of which were still incongruously contained within the slippers she had worn from the house. They clung tenaciously to her feet as though they were one with them, though it was a safer bet the abundant blood which coursed down her legs had now congealed, sticking the footwear to the skin. Denton, mind now with the most tenacious grasp on reality, stared at the soles of those slippers, at the crisscross of cuts from rocks lining them, at patches of dirt and blood. As he did, Bianca removed both slippers almost reverently, her face a blissful mask. She was murmuring as she did, quiet words that went unheard by Denton. Then she raised the hand with the garden shears, and one by one cut off the toes on both feet. She captured each one as it came free, caring little about the blood that came along with this. When she'd completed her gruesome task, she cupped her prizes in her hands, letting the bloody shears fall away, their blades spearing into the earth. Next she plunged the cup of her hands down into the dirt, thrusting them deep into the blood-soaked mire. She spoke again as she did this, and this time Denton could clearly hear what she said.
Here you are, baby lurkers. Eat and grow. Almost time for you to come up and out of the ground.
Denton's grip on reality evaporated completely. His eyes fogged over, refusing to allow him to see any more, to take any more of this nightmare in. He was mentally gone, long checked out before the lurker finally turned his attention back to him. He never saw as Bianca picked up her shears once more and nonchalantly began to cut more pieces of flesh from the assortment of legs sticking out of the ground to offer to the baby lurkers interred below. He never saw as the lurker loomed in before him again, ready to deliver the coup de grace. It was sweet relief when he finally felt nothing.
There's a house like it in every town. You know the kind. The house that the children speak of in hushed tones, daring each other to clamber the fence and ring the doorbell, but none ever do. Their parents shush them and tell them not to spread rumors, but they walk a little quicker when passing it, glancing out of the corner of their eye and trying not to shudder as they remember the stories from their youth. Maybe the house is old and dilapidated, worn down by the passage of time and a lack of care and maintenance. Or it could be new and sparkling, and people avoid it anyway, knowing who chooses to make it their residence. But maybe no one lives there at all, and it's avoided because its reputation is forever stained by the black deeds that took place there. Maybe what happened in the house matters, even all those years ago, and that's what people whisper about. In Billy Gibson's town, he didn't need to go far to see the house. He lived on the same street as it. The street had been part of the wealthier area on the outskirts of town, way back when the house had been built. Then, it had been magnificent to behold. A multi-storied beacon of real architecture and early century craftsmanship, until the incident, after which it had fallen into disrepair. The property itself was 3 times the size of those surrounding it, the house itself built at the top of a small hill, the only high point in an area flattened out. Over time, the area had changed, and most of the other houses as old had been torn down. The large sections were cut up and subdivided as what had been the affluent outer edge of town became just another suburb. The house now stood alone on its little hill, a beacon of faded grandeur and days gone by, looming over a sea of bland, cookie-cutter, single-level, medium-density housing. Some said that the presence of the house is what caused the area's decline, which was hard to argue with. Decades later, the suburb was only just beginning to recover, the relatively affordable housing bringing in new people. Now, Billy didn't know any of that history. He was 12 years old and in the process of moving to town. Billy's dad had been transferred for work, so they'd packed up their lives into boxes and moved halfway across the country so his dad could advance his career. The great opportunity, his mother had called it, snapping at him for complaining that he was going to have to leave his school and his friends behind. "It might not seem like it right now, but this is what's best for all of us, William," she'd said. Billy had stopped arguing then. Mom using his real name was a sign he was about to be grounded if he continued to talk back. Now, he was sitting sullenly in the back seat of the family car, which was following the moving truck. "Not far now, bud," his dad said. "This is our street." Billy didn't reply, choosing instead to glower at the back of his dad's headrest. Not only had his parents uprooted his life, they'd chosen the worst possible time to do so. It was the beginning of summer. He'd be starting his vacation knowing nobody, instead of spending months playing outside with his friends. His mom started up again about how great the move was going to be, and wasn't he looking forward to starting at his new school in the fall, and blah, blah, blah. Billy thought to himself, turning his head to look out the window, and what was that? He sat up straighter in his seat, still ignoring his mother's chatter as he peered out the window at the black shape on the hill ahead. He saw the impressively high fence, spiky black iron sprouting from a thick stone base, and a rusty chain and padlock holding the tall, arched gates shut. A faded, slightly askew sign declared, "Private property, keep out." His eyes followed the long path that snaked its way through the overgrown lawn, up the hill to the steps that led up to the porch and the massive front door. He breathed in deeply as the car drew closer, taking in the view of the house in its entirety. 3 stories tall, with the 3rd-story windows peeking out from the steep, shingled roof, a Queen Anne Victorian, his parents would have called it. The whole house was painted in somber colors, and the wooden shingles of the roof were so dark they seemed almost black. Billy noticed that the paint was flaking off in places. In fact, the whole place seemed in disrepair. The windows were filthy, and the front porch sagged. "Cool," Billy whispered to himself, looking at the corner room of the top story. He immediately considered it a tower, as it seemed to sprout out independently of the rest of the house with its own domed roof section. It almost looked like a turret on the battlements of a castle. To him, the house seemed almost taller than it was wide. It loomed over everything else in the neighborhood. The windows were all covered, either by curtains or hanging sheets on the inside, or by the overgrown ivy that twisted its way up one side of the house, encroaching on the part of the roof. Scanning the house with his eyes, the only room he could see where the windows weren't covered was the tower. He blinked and did a double take, looking again to the window, turning in his seat to do so as the car drew level and then past the property. "Billy!" his mother exclaimed as he undid his seatbelt to kneel on the seat and peer out the window with his nose pressed against the glass. "Will you sit down?" his mom said, turning to look over her shoulder at him. "Right now! William, put your belt back on!" Billy slowly slid back into his seat and buckled up. He'd have sworn there'd been someone looking out from the tower, but they weren't there when he'd turned back. Not long after, Billy's dad slowed the car and they turned into the drive of their new house, which looked exactly the same as the ones on either side of it, Billy noted. They got out of the car as the moving truck arrived and came to a stop as well. "Did you see that house, Dad?" Billy asked as his mother went to unlock the front door so the movers could begin. "The big dark one on the hill back there?" his dad answered. "I only got a glance at it, was keeping my eyes on the road. Maybe we can check it out when all this stuff is inside," he said, ruffling Billy's hair as he opened the car trunk. Later, Billy sat in his new bedroom surrounded by boxes. His bed was up against one wall, his desk and dresser against the other, the only things in the room that the movers had unpacked. He'd made a nuisance of himself while they were unloading the truck, getting underfoot until his mom snapped at him to get out of everyone's way and start unpacking his room. He looked around and scowled. Struck by an idea, Billy got up off his bed, made his way around the boxes littering the room, and headed down the hall towards the front door. This room was smaller than his old one. He didn't much like the idea of unboxing all of his things. Packing them up had been bad enough. "I'm going for a walk," he yelled, hoping to make it out of the house before someone stopped him and gave him some unpacking to do. "Don't be too long, bud," his dad called after him, poking his head out of the bedroom he was currently unpacking. "We'll get pizza for dinner. I'll order soon." "I'm just going to look at that house from earlier," Billy yelled again, closing the front door behind him. He headed out to the street, where he turned and started back the way they'd driven in earlier. Within a minute, he could see the house, sitting higher than everything around it on its own little hill that rose up from the street. It made him think of a gargoyle he'd seen in a church once, a dark shape squatting above and looking out over the town. The closer he got, it loomed bigger and bigger until he finally stood in its shadow. Billy stopped at the arched front gate and stood looking through the tall iron bars. Cool, he whispered to himself. It reminded him of something you'd see in a movie. He reached out to touch the padlock that was holding the chained gates shut. It was the biggest lock he'd ever seen, bigger than his fist, and it felt impressively heavy. He wondered who had the key. "I wouldn't if I were you," a voice rang out from beside him. Billy turned to see an old man shuffling a shopping bag towards him. Billy thought of anyone older than his parents as old, but this man looked to be at least 70. "Not thinking about trying to get in, were you?" he inquired, stopping next to Billy, who shook his head vigorously in reply. "You're not from around here?" he asked. The old man's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at Billy. "No," Billy stammered. He thought about it briefly. "Why?" he asked. The old man chuckled to himself, a wry smile on his face. "'Cause the kids in this neighborhood know to stay away from this place, that's why," he said, looking briefly up at the house before looking back to Billy. "Name's Frank. I live over there," he said, gesturing across the road before offering his hand. "I'm Billy," Billy replied, shaking Frank's hand, firmly, like his dad had taught him to do. "I just moved in up the street. We were driving in today, and I saw this place." He trailed off. "Well, she's an eye-catcher, I'll give you that," said Frank. "That or an eyesore, depending on who you ask." "Who lives there?" Billy asked. "No one anymore," answered Frank. "Place was built way back around the end of the Great War. The owner was some fancy doctor type, worked up at the college medical school. Him and his pretty young wife and their little girl. The town was sort of sleepy back then. Doc and his wife were minor celebrities around here, having money and style and getting this big old house built for him." "What happened?" asked Billy. "Well, there were rumors about the doc and some of the company he used to keep, some unsavory types at the university. Followers of Crowley's teachings, not the sort a respectable doctor should be associating with." Billy nodded, although he had no idea who this Crowley was or why he would have followers. "Anyhow, the girl disappeared one day. There was a big search, but she was never found. Everyone suspected the parents, of course, but there was never anything proven. Mother went a bit mad, with grief, they reckoned. She used to sit in the window of that room up there, calling for her little girl." Frank pointed to the tower room. "She vanished as well after a few months, also never to be seen again. Doc himself took a header out of the same window one day, not too long after that. Some people reckon he'd killed his child and then his wife, and the guilt drove him to do it, but I don't know. Reckon there's more to it than that." Billy raised his eyebrows questioningly. Frank reached up to scratch at one of his ears, looking around conspiratorially. "See, my grandfather was on the force back when it all happened," he said, leaning closer and lowering his voice slightly. "Now, he didn't work the case himself, but he was buddies with some of the officers that did. They said that the good doctor's clothes were all torn up, like something been worrying at him. Plus, he landed on his back, facing the house, like he'd fallen while trying to climb down instead of jumping out. And they also said..." He trailed off. "Said what?" encouraged Billy, even though he could feel the hairs on his arms prickling. He tried to focus on Frank and not look up at the house. "Well, they said that the look on his face was like nothing they'd ever seen before. Complete and utter terror is what my old pop said they described it as." "So what happened?" asked Billy, almost in a whisper. Frank shrugged. No one really knows for sure. Police ruled it a suicide since there was nothing to show anyone else had been in the house with him when he went out the window. They searched the place, of course, but nothing turned up. There was never any sign of the wife or the daughter. The place sat empty for 20 years, and then a relative moved in, a cousin, if I remember right. They would restore the place to its former glory, or something like that. Frank chuckled again. They disappeared too. Lasted a week and made some arrangements with workmen to come to look at the place, but when the workers turned up, they were gone. House has been shut up near 60 years now since I was in high school. Doc didn't leave a will, and the title's been tied up in some messy family trust, so that's why it was never sold or bowled down. Again, Billy nodded like he knew what a title or a family trust was. Anyway, people around here gossip and talk, and they reckon there's something not quite right about the place. You see their houses? Frank pointed at the 2 flanking properties on either side. Billy nodded again. Well, no one lasts long there. I've been in my place a long, long time now, long enough to see the area go bad the first time. More and more new people have been moving in the last 10 years or so, and the street seems to finally be recovering. But those 2 houses, I don't think I've ever seen anyone last longer than a year and a half. Heard chatter about shadows and things going bump in the night. He chuckled. Now, I don't put as much stock in the stories as some do, but I can't deny the place sometimes gives even me the jubilees. Frank looked up at the house, and Billy did the same. They both just stood there for a bit. Billy broke the silence. Does anyone ever go in? Frank shook his head. Oh, there were stories back when I was young. People going in and never coming out. Just stories spread to keep the kids afraid and stop them from exploring. One thing that did happen for sure, though. A while back, some kids went over the fence and were messing around in there. One tried to climb the trestle that ivy's growing on. He pointed. Anyway, a piece broke off in his hand since it ain't been looked after for the better part of a century. The kid fell 2 stories. Didn't die like the good doctor did when he took his tumble, but he broke his back, ended up in a chair. Frank looked Billy in the eye. He never made it in the house. Kids around here have been wise enough to stay out since then. Billy was smart enough to take this for the warning that it was. Yes, sir, he nodded. Good, said Frank. I put the chain and lock on the gate after that. After the kid fell, cops got involved. A lawyer looking after the trust came to see the place, and we talked. Anyway, his firm pays me a couple of $100 a year, and I keep an eye on the place for him. I've got the keys. It gives me the creeps, but I give it a once-over a couple of times a year and let the lawyers know how it's holding up. Place is starting to fall apart. I reckon it'll all come down on itself before they ever sort out who owns the damn thing properly. Frank fell silent, and they both looked up at the house again. Oh, wow! Billy heard his dad's voice and turned to see him coming up the street. His dad stopped next to him and looked up at the house. I see why you wanted to come look at this, bud. And you're making friends already, he said with a wry smile, offering his hand to Frank. Mark Gibson, Billy's dad. We've just moved in a couple of blocks down. Nice to meet you, Mr. Frank shook his hand. Malloy, Francis Malloy. Just call me Frank, everyone does. I live over the street. Notice Billy here looking up at the house. He gestured towards it, as if there could be any other house he could have been talking about. Was just giving him a bit of a history of the area. Frank and his dad exchanged pleasantries and talked for a few minutes as Billy looked up at the house, holding the iron bars of the fence and peering in between them as he did so. As he did, it seemed that one of the curtains twitched slightly. He stared hard at it, not blinking, waiting to see if it'd do it again. Anyway, we'd better be getting back, Billy's dad said, jerking Billy out of his reverie. I ordered pizza before I came to find Billy, and it's probably arrived by now." He and Frank shook hands again. "Nice to meet you, Frank," he said. "We'll see you around the neighborhood." "And you," Frank replied. He and Billy shook hands again as well. "Good to meet you too, Billy." He pointed down the street. "There's a park around that corner, 2 blocks up, where the kids play ball if you're looking for something to do other than looking at spooky old houses." He chuckled, giving Billy a wink. The streetlights flickered on as they walked back. Billy hadn't realized how late it was getting. He looked over his shoulder once, seeing the dark shape of the house looming above its surroundings. A small chill came across him, and he turned back, focusing on the footpath ahead of him and talking to his dad. Later, as he sat with his parents eating pizza amid a mass of half-unpacked boxes and jumbled furniture, his thoughts kept returning to the house, particularly the upstairs tower room. Deep in thought, he took another bite of pizza when his dad's voice broke his contemplation. "Frank seems like quite a character," he said, chuckling a little to himself. "Frank?" his mom asked. This older guy Billy met out on his walk earlier. Seemed like the type to spin a good yarn." His mom pursed her lips. "I'm not sure William should be spending his time with old men." "I liked him," Billy piped up. "Oh, lighten up, dear," his dad said. "I'm sure Frank's harmless, and besides, he told us where the local ballpark is. Billy'll meet plenty of kids his own age soon." Billy didn't sleep well that first night. He dreamt of standing on the sidewalk with his father again, looking up at the house. He could see something moving around in the tower room, but every time it seemed like it would come to the window, it'd turn away and keep pacing. He looked to where his father had been, only to find him gone, Billy left alone on the footpath. Dad? Billy stuttered, turning around to look for him, but seeing only an empty footpath. It had gone very dark all of a sudden. He turned back, and the house seemed a lot closer, suddenly looming over him menacingly. He heard a tapping, like fingernails against glass, and looked up at the tower, where there was a silhouette against the window. "Billy!" He woke with a start, blinking the sleep from his eyes as the image of something shadowy peering from behind a curtain faded from his mind. "Breakfast!" his mother called again. Billy groaned and dragged himself out of bed. After breakfast, Billy quickly tired of unpacking his room. He sat on his bed reading a comic book before an idea came to mind. He put the comic down, digging through the half-empty boxes littering his room until he found the one with his cap and his ball glove in it. He grabbed both and headed for the door, shouting down the hall as he went, "Back later! I'm gonna find that ballpark Frank told me about!" His mom started to yell something about not going out until he'd finished unpacking, but Billy pretended he hadn't heard her, quickly shutting the front door and running down the street until he was out of earshot. Once again, he could see a dark shape sitting slightly above the roofs of the other houses as he went up the street. As Billy approached the house, Frank was sitting across the street on his porch. He waved, and Billy waved back using the hand holding his glove. Frank pointed towards one of the side streets further down. "That way!" he called out. "Thanks, Frank!" Billy yelled back, heading towards the street. He looked up at the house as he passed, slowing his walk slightly as he did. He saw the window of the tower room and shivered slightly, imagining the doctor falling backward out of it, screaming all the way down before hitting the pavers below with a sickening thump. Billy tore his eyes away and picked up the pace again. He didn't look back, but he was sure he could feel Frank watching him as he went. Billy made some new friends that day, playing ball. He ran around in the bright sunlight, enjoying the heat. It was warmer here than where he'd moved from. At one point, a ball flew past him into the outfield. He jogged after it, stooping to pick it up once it had stopped rolling, and he too stopped dead, a chill settling over him as he looked up. He could see the house from here through a gap in the trees that bordered the field. It was a couple blocks away, but he could still see the sharp angles of the roof jutting up, a dark, spiky shape that stood starkly against the blue of the sky. He stood unmoving for a moment, just staring up at the house. "Billy!" one of the other kids yelled. Billy shook his head, turning to throw the ball back. He glanced at the house again and then turned away, the sun's warmth chasing away the chill as he looked back at the game. "Sorry," he laughed, running back to his spot in the field. "Zoned out there for a second." The game finished around lunchtime as all the kids headed to their respective homes to eat, promising there'd be another game tomorrow Billy could take part in. Billy headed home, waving again to Frank as he went and trying his best not to look up at the house as he passed. His best wasn't good enough, and Billy stole a glance or two along the way. That was how things went for the rest of the summer. Billy and his parents settled in, the place his family had moved into becoming comfortable and familiar, home instead of just a house. He'd play ball in the park most days, sometimes stopping to talk to Frank on his way home. Eventually, summer left. The weeks turned into months and then to years. Billy started and then finished middle school and moved up to high school. He lost some friends, made new ones, played baseball and football, and discovered a burgeoning interest in girls. He grew to appreciate his dad's taste in music, and they'd talk about old bands like Led Zeppelin and Pink Floyd, listening to them on drives around town. Billy got older, and as he did, some things changed and some stayed the same. But one thing in particular never changed. As Billy got older, the house was never far from his thoughts. Even though it had been years and he knew nothing more than what Frank had told him on that first day, his fascination with the house never waned. He couldn't quite put his finger on something about it, some unnatural urge. It didn't fade, it grew. Slowly, but it grew all the same until it was like an ever-present itch, forever irritating but never able to be completely scratched away. He went to the library and looked through the newspaper records, finding some about how the doctor's family had gone missing and how the doctor himself had died, but nothing more recent than that. He regularly talked to Frank, mostly about baseball. It turned out Frank had played semi-professionally in his youth, and although Billy genuinely enjoyed the old man's company, on some level, he was aware that he'd head to Frank's more often than he would have if he didn't live across the road from the house. He was pretty sure Frank knew that too, although he'd never say anything about it. One day, Billy asked Frank who would look after the house when he died. "No need to worry about that, boy," he chuckled. "Plenty of life left in me yet." A couple of times, he asked Frank if he could go in with him when Frank did his 6 monthly checks on the place for the estate lawyers, but Frank wouldn't let him. Something about liability if he got hurt putting his foot through a rotten board or something. Billy got the feeling there was more to it than that, something Frank wasn't being entirely truthful about, but he never pressed the issue. His friends, who'd grown up in the town, told stories about kids breaking in and then going missing, but it was always a friend of a friend's cousin or something like that. No one was ever on the same page about who or when, and Billy figured it was all just urban legends. However, everyone knew about the boy who'd ended up a cripple trying to get in one day. It seemed that was a common warning that all the parents told their kids to keep them away from the place. Billy tried to turn his mind to other things: school, sports, movies, music, and girls. But the house never fully faded from his conscious or unconscious thoughts. He'd take the long way heading places to pass the house on his way, deliberately at first, and then almost unconsciously. Sometimes he'd snap out of a daze and find himself standing at those arched gates, not really sure how he'd gotten there. His parents began to notice changes in his personality. He was often short with them, belligerently clashing with their attempts to engage with him. In particular, Billy's relationship with his mother began to sour as he rebelled against her attempts to instill discipline into her son, and his father was often left having to act as the peacemaker. His parents didn't know that his sleep was often disturbed by dreams of looking up at a dark house, seeing something moving around inside, but never quite being able to work out what it was. Instead, they put his being increasingly moody and sullen down to teenage hormones. One evening, Billy found himself standing across the dining room table from his mother, both of them shouting over the other to be heard. His dad had asked something about school over dinner, and Billy hadn't responded straight away. "Billy?" his dad asked again. "What?" he replied, blinking a few times and realizing his dad had asked how his report for English class was coming along. "Oh, I'm still working on it." "Working really hard, I'm sure," his mom scoffed, taking a large sip from her wine glass. His dad frowned slightly at her. "I'm happy to take a look at it if you need a hand," he said. "It's a boring assignment, Dad." "Billy, we've talked about this," his dad said gently. "Your grades have been slipping lately. Maybe it's time you took a break from sports for a while to focus on school." "But Dad, I batted 300 last season." "And a fat lot of good that's going to do when you flunk out," his mom interjected, taking another swig of wine. "You need grades to get into and stay in college, William, even if you're marginally above average at sports. You've got no work ethic. You think that's the kind of student a college will be looking for?" "Don't you roll your eyes at me, you disrespectful little shit!" His mother's voice rose shrilly as she stood and slammed both of her hands on the table, making Billy and his father jump in surprise. Things deteriorated from there, Billy rising to his feet as well and beginning to yell himself. They went back and forth for a while, with his father sitting with a shell-shocked look on his face. The argument reached a crescendo when his mother accused him shrilly of being a selfish brat who didn't want to be part of the family. "Well, maybe if you weren't such a bitch all the time, then I'd want to be," Billy yelled back, turning to storm out and heading for the front door as he ignored his mother's shouted reply. "Let him go, dear. You both need some space right now," Billy heard his father saying as he slammed the door and stalked furiously down the road with his hands in his pockets, muttering to himself as he went. As he walked, Billy began to feel slightly bad. He hadn't meant to end up screaming at his mom. He was just so tired and frustrated all the time. He should go home and apologize and make up with his parents and... No! The anger intruded into his thoughts again. Why should he be the one to say sorry? He'd done nothing wrong. Besides, she'd started the fight. He scowled and looked up from the pavement for the first time since he'd stormed out, immediately realizing where he was. Billy shook his head in frustration as he saw the silhouette of the dark house ahead of him against the clear night sky. It seemed like he was always ending up here, sometimes as if awakening from a dream. "I'll go around the block to get home," he thought, lying to himself that it was to give his mom some more time to cool down and not some unnatural desire to be near the house that made him choose not to just turn around. When the tall black iron of the fence came into his peripheral vision as he came alongside it on the footpath, Billy fought and lost against the urge to look up at the house. It was dark out, but it was a clear night, and there was enough light from the streetlights and the rising moon that he could still make out some details. His memory filled in the rest. His eyes were drawn to where the doctor had fallen from the high tower room. It seemed like this was always the first thing he looked at. He continued to walk as he looked up at the house, casting his gaze around and... Hang on, he thought, stopping dead in front of the high arched gates. He'd walked past this house 1,000 times or more, spent hours standing outside looking up at it, and it had featured in more than a few of his dreams. Billy knew the fence line and the outside of the house like he knew the back of his hand, and even in the dim light of the evening, he immediately saw that something was different. He took a step backward, cocking his head slightly to one side as he tried to figure out what it was. The heavy chain and padlock still hung around the tall black iron of the gates, but there was something off about the lock itself. The shackle part of the massive lock seemed longer by maybe 1/4 of an inch. Frank must have done a check on the place in the last couple of days and not closed the padlock all the way. It was beginning to rust. Maybe that had stopped it from shutting completely. Billy reached out to touch the lock, pulling it down. There was a little resistance, but then the shackle popped completely out of the body of the padlock. The gate was unlocked. Billy's heart began to race. Was he really going to do this? He looked on either side of him, up and down the street, and saw nobody. He quickly checked over his shoulder and saw Frank's house had its curtains drawn. Perhaps, if he'd been in a more rational mood, he wouldn't have gone through the gate. But his blood was still up, and he was feeling particularly rebellious from the fight with his mother earlier. He quickly looked to either side and then unhooked the padlock completely. Being careful not to let the chain clank against the iron, Billy pushed one gate open just enough to squeeze through, wincing slightly as the hinges squeaked a little. After he'd slipped through the gap, he reached through the bars and rechained the gate, hanging the padlock again but being careful not to completely lock it. After all, he'd need to get back out again. Keeping low so as not to be seen, Billy made his way up the overgrown walk that snaked up the hill to the front door, although he didn't climb the stairs onto the porch. Frank might have made a mistake with the padlock, but there was no way he would have left the front door unlocked. Instead, Billy made his way round to the side of the house that was overgrown with ivy. He looked at the thick, twisting vines that had long since crushed and overgrown the trellis against the house, and how they stretched to the roof. As luck would have it, the vine grew alongside a window on each of the house's 3 stories. A thought crossed his mind, and Billy checked the ground floor window. The height of the house's foundations meant that the base of the window was at roughly eye level, but Billy figured he could pull himself up if he could get the window open, although he threw that plan out almost immediately. A curtain was pulled so he couldn't see into the room, but Billy could see that the window was locked anyway. A thick bolt connected the window directly with the frame. Not getting that open, he thought. Then he looked up at the windows of the upper stories. But you might not have locks on a window you couldn't reach from the ground. He moved to the base of the ivy plant. As he stood in the shadows, he remembered the stories about the last boy who tried to climb up here and fallen, shuddering a little at the thought of lying on the hard ground and being unable to move his legs. The ivy will have grown since then. It'll be stronger than it was, Billy reasoned, seeing that some of the main stalks of the plant were as thick around as his wrist or more. He figured that the kid who'd fallen had done so trying his luck with the old, rotting wooden lattice that was now being held up by the ivy instead of being the anchor it had once grown on. Billy grabbed at the plant, got one foot up, and lifted himself off the ground, pausing to make sure the entire creeper didn't just come away from the side of the house. When it didn't, he began to climb. Slowly, carefully, Billy made his way up the creeping ivy. He cautiously tested each hand and foothold before he put his full weight onto them. Some swayed a little under his weight, but on the whole, the vine was fairly solid. He made it to the level of the next window and shuffled to the side of the ivy to get closer. He tried not to look down. He was more than high enough to be worried about the fall. Billy looked inside and saw that although there wasn't a bolt as there was on the downstairs windows, a smaller catch still stopped the window from sliding up. He gripped the frame and tried to push the window up anyway. It was heavy, but moved slightly. The wood the catch was screwed into seemed to be rotting. As he pushed, he saw the catch moving a little and let the pressure off the window before reapplying it, which made the catch wiggle even more. He did this a couple more times, continuing until it pulled itself free entirely with a crack that seemed deafeningly loud in the still night. One rusted screw breaking off completely and another pulling up splinters as the rotted frame gave way. He froze in place, pulling himself closer to the wall by the ivy and looking around. The house next door was empty, no need to worry there, but the porch light of the house across the road flicked on. Frank's house. Oh shit, he whispered to himself, turning his attention back to the window. If Frank saw him up here, there'd be no way he'd talk himself out of it. With some effort, Billy managed to slide the window up and all the way open before hurriedly pushing the curtains aside, clambering inside, and turning to shut the curtains and the window again. He sat on the floor, breathing heavily from the exertion, but listening hard for the sounds of Frank's yells from across the street. Nothing. Billy figured he'd gotten away with it unseen. With a sigh of relief, he turned his attention to his surroundings, which seemed to be some kind of sitting room. As his eyes adjusted, he saw that all the furniture in the room was covered in sheets. Although long curtains covered all of the other windows in the room, they were threadbare with age. The light coming through them was dim, but enough for him to see without a flashlight. Billy moved to the door and opened it slowly. He moved into the hall and winced as a floorboard creaked loudly underfoot. He instinctively felt like he should still be as quiet as possible, even though he had the house to himself. The hallway was also dark, but seemed lighter down the passageway, so he headed in that direction, peeking into rooms here and there as he did. They were all much the same, curtains shut, but the light seeping through enough to see that most of them had sheet-covered furniture in them. Billy turned a corner and came to the first-floor landing. He looked at the staircases in front of him, trying to decide whether to go up to the top floor or down to the ground, deciding to head down to begin. The staircase creaked loudly as Billy descended. It was U-shaped, turning a corner in the middle and continuing down, ending near the house's entrance. Billy found himself standing in a large foyer with a massive front door in front of him. It seemed like the dining room was off to his left, and the right appeared to be some kind of lounge. Even in disrepair and with what little dim light was coming through the threadbare curtains, this room inspired a sense of wealth and taste, which Billy figured was what the people who'd built it had been aiming for. He imagined this place when it had been new. In his mind, he could see guests arriving for some kind of party, being greeted by the butler and escorted into the lounge for drinks and introductions. He headed that way and was momentarily awestruck. This was a room where the social elite of the day had gathered. The far wall was dominated by a massive fireplace, surrounded by an ornately carved mantelpiece. Like the other rooms, the furniture was covered in dust sheets, but Billy could see in his mind's eye what it must have looked like in its heyday. The walls were wood-paneled from floor to ceiling, and Billy imagined they'd looked magnificent when polished and gleaming. The covered couches by the walls would have been neatly arranged around that low table. Those armchairs would have been near the fire, and there would have been a table or a cart for drinks over towards that wall. He moved further into the room and spied something on the wall above the fireplace, a massive painting in a fancy-looking frame. He could make out 3 figures in it, 2 taller and 1 small one standing between them in front, but that was all the detail he could see in the darkness. He stopped in the middle of the room and stood there, straining his eyes to try to make out the detail in the painting as a sense of unease came over him. He guessed that the painting was of the original occupants of the house, the doctor and his family. But something was wrong with it. Not taking his eyes off the painting, Billy moved towards one of the windows and cracked the curtain ever so slightly. The hair on the back of his neck stood on end as the moonlight streamed in, and he could clearly see for the first time what was wrong with the painting. He stood to the left, his wife beside him and their daughter in front, with a hand from each of her parents on her shoulders. He'd been right about who the painting was of. This could only have been the doctor's family. What would have been an impressive family portrait now looked off, with the paint yellowing and beginning to flake with age. Billy felt he would have gotten the creeps from the painting even if it had just looked old, but the other damage made it much worse. The canvas had great rents, as if something had clawed at it. The father's face had been completely obliterated, and there were large slashes through the mother's figure as well. The daughter was the only figure that was untouched, although some of the paint in her dark hair had flaked away, leaving a white space that looked like her skull had been exposed. Billy shuddered and let the curtain drop, and the room fell back into relative darkness. He'd been feeling pretty full of himself until now, but now he felt ill. Who'd cut up the painting, and why? Maybe this hadn't been such a good idea after all. Billy scanned the room as his eyes readjusted to the dark and turned to head back towards the foyer, but stopped. He turned again to face the fireplace. What was that? Something was definitely off about it. It seemed askew? He moved closer, and his eye was drawn to the wall on the right of the fireplace. He looked to the base of the wall where it met the floor and saw it protruding slightly. Billy reached out and touched the seam where the panel met the side of the mantelpiece, and his eyes widened as he realized there was a lip there where the panel wasn't aligned properly. He felt around, getting his fingers around the lip. He paused a second. He could feel a slight breeze on his fingertips. Billy pulled, and the wall panel creaked loudly as it swung open on hinges hidden from the room by careful construction. Billy looked at the space he'd opened. The panel had covered a gap behind the wall that appeared to have been bricked up at some point, but part of that brick had fallen or been pulled away, leaving a gap large enough for him to have fit through. Shivers ran up Billy's spine as he looked at the jagged edges of the opening that the missing bricks and mortar had left. He was struck with the image of teeth in the mouth of some hungry creature lying in wait to gobble up anything foolish enough to stray into its lair. Billy could see a staircase leading down under the house, although what little light there was failed after 5 or 6 stairs. He could see loose bricks on a couple of the steps, but they didn't litter the stairway randomly as if they lay where they'd fallen. It was as if they'd been pushed to either side after they'd come down, so the staircase could be used. He peered through the opening in the bricks. An overwhelming sense of something being wrong down there came over Billy. He was 100% sure that the answer to whatever it was that he'd come into the house hoping to find out was down those stairs, but as he looked into the darkness below, his resolve fled. The stupidity of what he'd done hit him all of a sudden. He'd ignored all of Frank's warnings about this place being dangerous, and he'd broken into a dark house in the middle of the night. Time to go, he thought. Billy stepped back to grab the edge of the hinged panel. As he did, he paused, noticing some lettering inside the panel. He squinted and was able to make out a few words. "Do what thou wilt," Billy read. There was more, but it was illegible thanks to age and decay. He shuddered. This place was seriously giving him the creeps now. He pushed the panel mostly closed again, back to the ever so slightly ajar position he'd found it in. With a bit of luck, he could get out of here and back into bed without being caught, and then he could forget all about this place. He turned to move away and then stopped as he heard something. Funny how these old places creaked, almost as if the house itself was alive. Billy thought, trying to reassure himself. Just the house shifting a little in the wind. Thump. Billy gasped and looked at the wall. The sound had come from behind the panel he'd shut. He stood there, barely breathing and listening hard. For a little bit, there was nothing. But then he heard a dragging, scraping sound, followed by another muffled thump, and then another scrape, and it continued. Thump, scrape, thump, scrape, thump, scrape. Shivers ran up Billy's spine. He wasn't alone in here. Shit, he breathed to himself. Looking frantically around in the large sitting room he was in, he spied one of the large blanket-covered couches sitting slightly out from its spot near the wall. He quickly approached it and then stood there for a moment, frozen with panicked indecision, until he realized the sounds of movement were getting closer. Whatever was making that noise was making its way up the staircase behind the panel. He quickly flattened himself against the wall, sliding down behind the couch just as the fireplace panel began creaking open again. Billy clamped both of his hands over his mouth to stop himself from breathing too loudly and screwed his eyes tightly shut. He heard the panel creak some more as it slowly swung completely open, and heard shuffling and scraping as something squeezed through the gap in the brick and into the room. Whatever it was must surely be able to hear his heart jackhammering in his chest, Billy thought, trying to stay quiet. He lay there as he heard the thing moving around again, that same heavy thump followed by a scraping, sliding noise. It sounded like someone walking but dragging a foot behind them. He slowly opened one eye, but the blanket that covered the couch reached all the way to the floor, so he couldn't see what had come up from the hole behind the wall. The sounds of movement got a little fainter. He heard it move towards the main entrance, and then the thumps slowed a little. It was heading upstairs. Billy stayed frozen behind the couch until he couldn't hear movement anymore, and then very slowly got up and out from his hiding spot, breathing a deep sigh of relief. He quickly moved to the closest window, slipping in between the curtains. He was on the opposite side of the house from where he'd come in, but he didn't care. He just wanted out. Billy spied the lock on this window, slid the bolt open, and lifted it. And it didn't budge. Billy's heart sank as he saw something he hadn't been able to see from the outside. 2 nails were driven directly into the frame, holding the window shut. He figured that Frank must have done it at some point to keep people out. Billy came out from behind the curtain and moved carefully to the next window. Peeking behind that curtain, he sighed as he saw the nails also driven into that window. Frank would have done them all. Careful to stay quiet, Billy made his way towards the massive front door, peering around the corner to the entranceway before he did to make sure whatever had moved upstairs wasn't looking over the landing towards him. When he saw that the coast was clear, he moved to the door and dared to hope for a second as he saw that the large, old-style iron bolt hadn't been closed, but then realized that there was no way that bolt could have been closed from the outside. So, of course, Frank would have left it open when he left. He tried the handle, and the door was locked. Without Frank's key, there was no way Billy was getting out this way. Perhaps if he smashed a window? No, too risky. The thing would definitely hear that. Plus, even if it didn't hear him, he'd almost certainly cut himself getting out, or get caught, because the odds were that somebody would hear and raise the alarm. Billy may have been scared as hell, but he was still a high schooler who didn't want to be grounded until he went off to college. Billy gulped as he turned and looked at the staircase. It looked like the only way out was back the way he'd come. Billy slowly made his way up the staircase. The first stair had creaked alarmingly when he'd stood on it, and he'd winced and frozen in place, listening hard for movement. When there was nothing, he started moving again, carefully stepping at the very edge of each stair where it met the wall to stop the creaking. He stopped just before he reached the first floor landing, leaning forward to look up and around the corner. He couldn't see anything in the dark, so he went onto the landing and turned to the right, heading down the hallway towards the room he'd come in through. He was right about to turn the corner in the hallway when he froze, again listening hard. Something was moving ahead. He crouched, pressing his back close to the wall. Billy slowly leaned his head to peek around the corner. It was dark in the passage ahead, but there was definitely something down there. He could hear it shuffling around and see a vague outline. It was person-shaped, but its movements were off, sort of jerky. It was definitely dragging a foot behind itself when it moved, and, oh crap, it was coming towards him. Billy pulled his head back around the corner, coming to his feet and backing away. He could hear it getting closer, and it'd definitely see him in the hall. There was nothing to hide behind. Making a split-second decision, Billy turned and rapidly returned to the landing, moving past the staircase he'd come up and heading to the one that would take him to the top floor. He scrambled his way up it on all fours, sticking near the wall and trying to be as quiet as possible. He glanced back as he made his way around the U-bend in the staircase, catching a momentary glimpse of a dark shape moving jerkily onto the landing from the hallway before it disappeared from view as he headed higher up the stairs. Billy turned to the left as he came to the landing on the top floor, moving down the hall to the first doorway he saw and opening it. This room seemed a lot brighter than the rest of the house, he thought absently as he hurriedly closed the door behind him, trying not to make any noise as he did. He braced his back against it and closed his eyes, again listening hard as he tried to slow his breathing. His heart sank as he heard shuffling on the staircase. The thing was making its way upstairs. Billy screwed his eyes tighter shut and wished with every fiber of his being that the thing wouldn't try to get in. The noise stopped as the thing reached the top of the staircase, and then the thumping and scraping started up again as it began to move. Closer, Billy realized, to his dismay. He held his breath as he heard it come closer and closer and closer still, and, oh God, it was right outside the doorway. And then it was past him and getting further away. It had passed his door and continued on down the hallway. Billy very slowly let his breath out and opened his eyes. He immediately saw why this room was brighter than the rest of the house. Unlike the other rooms with their floor-length curtains, these windows were bare and the moonlight was streaming in, creating bright patches in stark contrast to the dark shadows where the light wasn't touching. He was in the tower room. Billy took a step, looking across the dust sheet-covered furniture over towards the rounded section. He was a little surprised at the size. He thought the room was bigger than it seemed from outside the house. If he moved to any of those windows, he'd be able to see the street, and I wonder which one the doctor took a header from. The thought intruded. Billy shook his head and went to turn back to the door. He jumped as he heard a voice.
It was this one.
He bit back a yell and frantically looked around the room as the voice spoke again.
You shouldn't be in here.
The words were clear, although they had an odd quality. It sounded like they'd come from miles away. He cast his gaze around, hunting for who'd spoken. He squinted as he peered at a shadowy spot on the floor next to one of the street-facing windows, stepping towards it as he did. The moonlight coming through the window was bright enough that it was difficult to see into the gloomy parts of the room, but he could make out a figure. His sense of unease grew as his eyes adjusted, and he realized that the figure was a little girl, maybe 9 or 10 years old. She was very pale and wearing a dress that Billy would have called old-fashioned. The hair on the back of his neck started to prickle. "Mummy doesn't like when people come in the house." Again, the words were clear, but Billy felt as if he'd had to listen hard to make them out, like he was listening to an old recording. "What?" Billy stammered, taking half a step towards her. Was that your mother I heard moving around?" She leaned forward, her upper half coming out from the shadows and into the light, and Billy was immediately struck with the sense that something was very wrong, although it took him a second to figure out why. She didn't cast a shadow at all. The moonlight was shining straight through her. She seemed indistinct in the light, illuminated but almost shimmering around the edges. He took a step back in horror as he clearly saw her face in the light for the first time. It was the girl from the ruined painting downstairs. Goosebumps erupted all over Billy's skin, and he began to tremble. He was on the verge of turning to sprint from the room as she made full eye contact with him, speaking once more. "Get out while you can," she said, closing her eyes after speaking. She leaned back into the shadows, disappearing from sight. Billy didn't need to be told twice. Trying to control his now frantic breathing, he backed up to the door, not taking his eyes off the shadowy spot the girl was in. He scrambled behind his back at the handle, eventually gripping and opening it. He then moved swiftly into the hallway, pulling the door behind him again with enough presence of mind not to slam it. He stepped towards the staircase and, suddenly, was aware of a presence behind him, gasping as something grabbed him from behind and covered his mouth with a rough hand. Billy grabbed at the hand and tried to wrestle himself free as another gripped him by the shoulder and spun him around, coming face to face with a frightened-looking old man. It was Frank. He looked into Billy's eyes for a second, making a "keep it down" gesture with his free hand as he slowly removed the other from Billy's mouth. "Frank, what are you doing in here?" Frank held a finger up to his lips, wincing at the noise Billy had made as he shushed him. "Quiet, boy," he whispered. "I've got a key, remember? Now what in the hell are you doing in here?" Billy paused, certain he was in some deep shit here, although Frank seemed more worried than anything else. He started, and trailed off into silence, unsure how to explain. "Frank, there's a little girl." Frank's eyes widened at that. And there's something else in here too. I heard them looking around for me. How did you know I was here?" he asked. "Saw you go in through the window," Frank replied in a low voice. "I'd no chance of making it up that ivy, so I had to dig the keys out. Took me ages to find the damn things. Memory ain't as sharp as it used to be. Billy, we need to get out of here, and right now." "But you've been in here lots of times," Billy said. "Never at night, boy, and with good reason," Frank snarled, looking around himself as he did. He was scared, Billy realized, and with that realization, his own already high level of fear went up significantly. "Listen, we need to get out of here, right?" Frank trailed off. They'd both heard a noise from down the hall, away from the staircase. Frank grabbed Billy by the shoulders, again looking him directly in the eyes. "Run," he whispered breathlessly. "Go out the front. I bolted it to stop anyone following me in, but it's not locked." "What?" Billy stammered. "Now!" Frank snarled, cutting Billy off. They both took a sharp breath as they heard another soft thump from down the hall, turning towards it but seeing nothing in the darkness. Then a scraping sound, followed by another thump and another scrape, quicker than the ones Billy had heard earlier, as if whatever was making its way towards them was speeding up in the darkness of the hallway. Frank spun Billy around and shoved him between the shoulder blades, propelling him down the hall in the direction he'd come from, away from the sound. "Run, boy! Run, and don't look back!" Billy ran. Frank turned back towards the noise and began shouting something into the gloom. Billy turned and hit the staircase at a dead sprint, taking the stairs 3 at a time and almost falling as he went. When he hit the first-floor landing, he again heard Frank yelling something, but he couldn't make out all the words. The blood was rushing in Billy's ears, and he was whimpering as he went. The one bit he caught sounded like, "Have to go through me, you bitch!" He started on the next staircase and then froze, grabbing the handrail to stop himself. He could hear Frank's cries, which had gone from swearing and threats to unintelligible shrieking. Suddenly, they cut off entirely, replaced by the sounds of something splattering and then a gurgling that slowly faded away entirely. Billy's lip quivered as he tried to hold in a cry of his own, and he tore his leaden feet away from the step he'd stopped on, resuming his flight. He reached the bottom of the last stair and stumbled. Billy hit the ground hard, sprawling and skidding on his face, momentarily dazed. He rolled over, trying to shake the sense back into himself, and sat, looking back up at the staircase. He could hear something moving again, thumping its way down the stairs. "Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit!" The words poured out of Billy's mouth in a panicked whisper as he scrambled backward on his butt, trying to shake the cobwebs from his fall out of his mind. He managed to get his feet under him and stood, almost tripping again in his haste as he stumbled towards the entryway, to the front door, and safety. Reaching the massive door, half again as wide as the one on his own house, he grabbed the handle and turned it, tugging frantically. It didn't budge. Remembering Frank's words, he looked at the door again. The old-style bolt he'd seen earlier was shut. It moved stiffly as he tried to open it. Frank must have struggled to close this, he thought, noting in the back of his mind that he couldn't hear thumping on the stairs anymore. He worked the handle part of the bolt up and down, trying to get it to loosen as he pulled it open. After a brief struggle, it finally gave way and slid out. He grabbed the handle again, pulling hard as the door started to open. Man, it was heavy, and the light from the moon and the street streamed in through the gap as the door swung in from the frame. Bang! A hand reached from over his shoulder, slamming into the door and effortlessly shutting it again. Billy stared at the hand, frozen once more in place. It was dark red, but that was because it was covered in blood. Frank's blood, he thought, almost absently to himself, as he looked, too terrified to turn and look behind him. The bits of the hand and wrist that he could see between the viscera that covered it were pale and gray. Dead skin, he thought to himself, as pins and needles ran up his spine. The hair at the back of his neck prickled at the slight feeling of hot, wet breath on it. The hand was almost delicately built, the nails long but ragged and caked in fresh gore. Shifting his gaze ever so slightly, he could see the long, thin arm disappearing back over his shoulder. It was standing right behind him. Looking towards the door, a tear rolled down his cheek as he turned the handle again, slowly, ever so slowly, until it gave a soft click, ready to open. He tried to open the door, but the hand stayed in place, firmly holding the door shut. He saw the arm from behind his left shoulder flex slightly, keeping the door in place without any effort. Billy wasn't weak, but he wasn't strong enough. The hand didn't move. Billy saw thick blood covering the fingers, running slowly over the back of the wrist and down towards the forearm. A couple of streams flowing down to the side and dripping off, hitting the floorboards with a soft splat. The breathing behind him stopped momentarily, and he heard a low growl rumble from a wet throat. Billy let go of the door handle, his arms falling to his sides. The hand drew back, retreating over his shoulder. Billy kept staring straight ahead, unable to tear his eyes away from the bloody print the hand had left on the door. The growling stopped, and he felt the breath again. Lip trembling as he fought to hold back tears, Billy screwed up his face and shut his eyes tight. The whisper of breath he'd felt on the back of his neck had also stopped. Barely daring to hope and keeping his eyes firmly shut, he slowly turned on the spot until he was facing back into the house. He stood there for a moment, listening hard. He couldn't hear anything. He took a deep breath, and then another, steeling himself. Billy opened his eyes. He began to scream.
Ignoring the fear all around her, she clutched the crucifix with both hands, closed her eyes, and prayed. The chain dug into her neck as she bent her head upwards, seeing through eyelids and the overhead lockers and ceiling and the clouds all around and up through the sky and beyond. Her lips moved in prayer, not rushed, but shaping words that she had said all through her long life, since Sunday school where she had first learned them. They were warm and familiar and calming in the bubbling panic in the cabin. People cried out as the plane lurched again. The small Bible almost bumped out of her lap as she pressed against the restraining belts. Helen knew this wasn't just turbulence. The cabin staff clutched seat rests as they swayed down the aisle, their drawn faces betraying the truth behind the comforting words. Somewhere further back, a baby's shrieking was made worse by the squeaking of a toy, and Helen traced the cracked gold letters on the front of her Bible as her fingertips spelled out the words, New Testament. A present from John when they started courting. She imagined Joanna rolling her eyes at the word. They had read it together hundreds of times over the years. A little tatty it may be, but John's inscription on the inside cover, written just days before the Lord took him into heaven, made it a precious thing. As she stroked the cover, she mused on how the years had smoothed its surface, where age had roughened and veined and wrinkled hers.
But Mom, why Joanna? Everyone calls me Joe, which sounds like a boy. Even Dad. My English teacher has nicknamed me Steiny. He even says it during the register, and all the rest have started now. I thought Joe was bad. What's wrong with Aaliyah or Ella? Or something that at least sounds like this century?
Joanna, red-faced, finally stopped for breath, slumped, scowling over her elbows on the kitchen counter. She could only reach because she was on her baking stool. Helen, both hands deep in a mixing bowl, puffed dangling hair away from her face with the corner of her mouth to disguise her smile.
Steiny?
She glanced at her wedding ring and crucifix next to the radio, an old reflex she couldn't help.
Steinway! As in the piano? Mr. Alderley says rhyming slang for piano is Joanna. He's just weird. And it doesn't even rhyme.
It does if you say it with the right accent.
You're laughing, aren't you? It's not funny.
It means a gift from the Lord, remember?
Joanna hopped down from the stool, flapping her arms angrily.
Not that again. Yes, and I'm so special, and the most precious thing to ever happen to you and Dad. Shame you couldn't give me the most precious thing in the world to you. A decent name.
A flicker of a scowl flashed over Joanna's face before she burst into a smile. Her anger always burned bright, but briefly. Just like she did every day, Helen looked at her daughter with wonder. Really looked and felt her breath hitch at how beautiful she was. Joanna's wide eyes fizzed with her father's energy, and her face was the mirror of Helen's when she was a girl. Before middle age had sharpened those rounded edges and started to hollow her cheeks. She is the best of me and John. Is it any wonder I can thank God every night and every morning for giving her to us?
Right, you gift from God, fruit of my womb, and albatross around my neck.
Helen's eyes flicked to her crucifix.
Jump in the shower and I'll help you get your dress on. Dad's going to be back soon. He'd better be anyway. First communion is in 2 hours and counting.
Joanna's smile immediately soured.
And don't start all that again about it being weird, young missus.
She squatted down and looked right into her daughter's bright eyes.
Come on, you've not done all that preparation in school for nothing, and you know how important it is.
She reached for the chain around Joanna's neck and pulled the cross out from where it had been tucked into her school blouse.
Now go forth and cleanse thyself, Steiny.
Blood and flesh of Christ. What's not weird about that? Weirder than Mr. Alderley.
Helen heard her and chased her out with flowery claws. She came to smiling, then felt blood trickling down her face. People around her cried and jabbered to each other as the whole plane seemed to groan and shudder. Luggage had spilled from some of the lockers, and a hard suitcase lay in the aisle next to her seat. Her hand shook as she felt a large lump where it had hit her. Then checked her crucifix and Bible as a dull ache thundered in her head. The 2 seats between Helen and the window were empty, so she could see straight through the glass to the swirling gray outside. No storm, just clouds. Must be some kind of mechanical fault. She thought she could smell smoke, but found it hard to concentrate as her ears crackled. She swallowed to pop them and tried to twist in her seat, but the belt restricted her. A vicious jolt sent a flicker through the lights, but they stayed on. There were still some raised voices, people crying on their phones, but she could hear sobbing, shaky murmuring, and, quiet but clear, someone saying a prayer. I bet it's that woman with the shouty voice, all vest and tattoos, cursing like a sailor earlier, and listen to her now. Helen laid one hand on her Bible. I know the proper words, and I mean them, ingrained in me. I've lived by them. I'm prepared. Helen had always wondered at the foolishness of those who turned to prayer just to try and stop something from happening. Please, God, stop this cancer. Please, God, don't let me fail my exams. Please, God, don't let this plane crash. Their ignorance always made her angry, even as she tried to forgive. Bad things were part of God's plan, and if they happened, then it was because He had willed them to. She hated the cliché, God moves in mysterious ways, but Helen believed it. Believed it when God had taken John in his 40s, and believed it now. Did I pray for John to live? No. I accepted God's will. John's waiting for me and will have forever if I stay strong enough and worthy. She thought about the long years without him, unwilling to add them all up. It's been a lifetime, but maybe I will join him in a few minutes. She tried hard to stifle the sudden heat of excitement in her stomach. Joanna will grieve, but she will eventually remember my lessons and be comforted. She still believes. I know she does. Even if she has strayed. She remembered observing the other passengers in the departure gate queue from flight LVREV 214, hauling their transgressions and ignorance with them. Las Vegas didn't attract the kind of people Helen approved of, and once again, she had felt a bitter disappointment that Joanna had decided to get married there, remembered the arguments and pleading. What would your father have thought? Helen listened to the fear of her fellow travelers and found them wanting. No plane can fly with the burden of all that sin. She stroked her Bible and allowed herself a small smile. They all sat upright in Helen's sitting room. Joanna was obviously still angry with her, but Helen didn't understand why. She'd only asked Asif if he could recommend a mild curry, as the hot ones gave her heartburn. The atmosphere had gone chilly immediately. Joanna twisting and twisting her new engagement ring round her finger, and Asif mumbling that he didn't really like curry, but believed korma might be okay. Asif looked neat. Helen would give him that much. And he didn't have much of an accent as far as she could tell. Very quiet, too. He'd smiled politely when Helen had shown him the photos of Joanna she'd brought down from the loft. Christening, birthdays, school plays, confirmations, grinning up from a homemade perfume stall at a church fete. But Helen didn't think he was too impressed. She looked at him over the slightly wonky rim of her teacup, made by Joanna when she was a girl, and painted with chubby angels. Crisp blue tucked-in shirt, gray jeans, shoes, but no socks, she noted. Clean-shaven, that had been a relief, with what looked like oiled hair with a razor-sharp side parting. All in all, fairly acceptable, but still not what she had always envisioned, what she had hoped for. Joanna, still frowning, caught her and set her cup down with a clink. She took Asif's hand in hers, flicked a look at the big framed photo of her dad on the mantelpiece next to a picture of Jesus on the cross, and leaned forward on the edge of her settee. When Helen saw Joanna's frown fade and her mouth twitch like it did when she was nervous, she unthinkingly stroked the crucifix around her neck.
Mom?
Joanna squeezed Asif's hand, almost pulling him closer to her.
Me and Asif, have talked a lot about our wedding since the engagement.
3 pairs of eyes glanced at the ring. Helen nodded and sat back, adjusting her skirt with one hand, the other now clammy around the crucifix.
Neither of us, want a religious wedding. And so we have decided to have a secular ceremony in Las Vegas.
Asif studied the pattern in the rug very carefully as a prolonged quiet settled thickly over them all.
Mom? I know it's not what you, or Dad, I suppose, would have wanted, but we haven't rushed into our decision. We're going to tell Asif's family next, and we both really hope everyone will be there. You will be there, won't you, Mom?
Helen seemed to have several tumbling thoughts at once. I wish John was here. I'm losing my little girl. She's turned her back on her faith. I must forgive her. What about everything I have taught her? Is this what God wants? She'll be called Mrs. Shaw. What came out was,
I don't know.
A stomach-lurching drop and the cabin lights going out cued a percussion crash of terror around her. But Helen could only think, perhaps this is God's way of punishing me for letting my little girl down. Followed immediately by, but I have stayed true to his teachings. I have led a good life. I even got on this plane to Las Vegas against my better judgment, but everything happens for a reason because God wills it. A dark thought came, one tinged with both guilt and a certain thrill. What if this is God's way of punishing Joanna? Taking me into heaven whilst on my way to a wedding she knows I don't want to happen. Helen quickly pushed this away, angry at herself, and let go of her crucifix to hold her Bible in both hands.
Fire! The engine's burning! Look! This side, I could see flames!
All heads turned at the voice. Helen couldn't see that far back out of her window, but the dim cabin glowed orange and the screaming intensified. None of the flight crew hid their fear anymore, but tried to keep some order by shouting at a few passengers who had unbuckled their belts and flailed or were pitched into the tilting aisle.
Oh my God! We're actually gonna die!
Helen decided to read some of her favorite Bible passages, not out of desperation like some of the praying hypocrites around her, but because it was going to be her last chance. They'd been up in the air for several hours now, so she guessed they were somewhere over the open Atlantic. Not much chance of rescue, even if they survived the impact. She tried and failed not to feel a thrill of excitement as she thought that she would soon be in the house of the Lord with John. Yes, she would like her final moments on earth to be spent with the words of the good book before she stood before the gates. No doubt clouded her mind about being judged worthy, for she had spent her whole life waiting and preparing for this moment, denying herself many of the pleasures that others seemed to think were theirs by right. The fools not realizing their lives were just a test to sieve out the unworthy chaff. Well, a lifetime of faith will soon be rewarded. She held her crucifix with her wedding ring hand and read John's message once again. The words shook as the plane broke through cloud and the moon-glinted ocean and tilted horizon were revealed through her window. The little chapel in Rome was empty, and a relief from the August heat outside, cool in that hushed and shadowed in stone and marble way that Helen loved. Just her and John and a priest who blessed them in murmured Italian. She'd felt God's hands in hers as she held on to John's, the immediacy of it hitching her breath. John had thumbed her tears away as they knelt in the glow of the blessing. She knew God saw them and recognized their devotion to Him and their love for each other. Joanna was sulking back at the hotel, bored of churches and statues and the heat in that listless teenage stupor of hers. Watching Joanna's faith bleed away over the last few years had hurt Helen more than anything in her life. But she prayed for her daughter, asking God to forgive her lapse, and waited patiently for the day she would embrace her faith once more. Back in the glaring tourist roar of Rome's streets, Helen held onto John's hand and looked sideways at his profile as she shouldered through the crowds. Already, the cancer had etched lines into his face and grayed the skin under his eyes. The blessing still fresh upon them numbed the pain a little, but she knew the Lord was calling John to Him, and her husband would soon have to leave. Helen felt John slow in the heat and noise, leaning against her. Last night, she had prayed alone, asking God for the strength to support her husband as his was taken away. Feeling the Lord's hand helping her, Helen led John away from the crowds and back to the hotel. She decided that she would tell Joanna about her father's illness when they got back and invite her to pray with them. Helen hoped the Lord would help her daughter understand why they weren't going to fight the cancer, weren't going to resist the Lord's will.
Brace! Brace! Everybody brace for impact!
Helen started to read aloud in the shaking chaos of the cabin, her voice drowned out in the screaming, but the words familiar and definite on her lips. She had let her fingers find the page and the passage as the plane nosed down, pushing her forward against the seatbelt, passengers tangling down the aisle. Someone thumped into her headrest from behind, nearly jolting the Bible out of her hands, crying out in a language she didn't understand. Probably one of those crackpot religions, she thought. In the dim light of the engine burning outside somewhere, she traced the lines, seeing them in her mind as her fingertips glided over the faded words. I am the resurrection and the life. He who believes in me, though he may die, he shall live. Helen repeated the words over and over, even as the noise around her grew. A keening, nails-on-chalkboard squeal added to the din as the plane pitched and juddered. She wanted to shout at them all, to tell them it wasn't too late to accept God into their hearts and repent of their sins. But all she could hear was the braying mass bawling for themselves. The plane tilted sideways, rolling over as it fell, and Helen sat ready amongst the tumbling madness. Closing her eyes, she thanked the Lord for showing her the true path that led back to her husband. She promised that she would keep a seat at the table for Joanna when the crucifix bumping against her chest woke her. She felt arms around her and realized she was being carried. The light too bright to see who, but the arms were firm and gentle. She felt safe and protected. Squinting, she turned her head to look around her. Shapes emerging from the glare. Giant marble columns speared up into a huge blue sky, curving around them, each topped with a carved figure. She smiled as she recognized them. The calm faces of many popes gazing down upon her, and she murmured their names as they passed. The steady rise and fall of their progress lulled her as the sun warmed her empty, dangling hands. Her Bible was gone. but she didn't mind. She knew she wouldn't need it now. Tilting her head back in the sunshine as she was carried across a square of gleaming stone, she saw shapes in the sky, high and flitting like swallows. But then she heard them singing and cried with happiness because she knew they were not birds.
Yes, you were right all along.
The voice wasn't hers, but she remembered it. Like a song from much younger years heard again after a lifetime.
We are here.
The arms lowered her to her feet, and she stood barefoot on the cool stone, head bowed, staring at the crucifix dangling from her neck. Gentle fingers lifted her chin, and she finally saw. Khalid's body, still buckled into seat 35A, sank into the dark of the Atlantic Ocean with the wreckage of flight LV REV 214. But he woke with his feet tickled by the grasses of a far-sweeping garden, crisscrossed with streams and rivers and waterfalls. People he had known and loved and lost sat under trimmed trees and waved to him. He realized his Quran was gone from his hand, and he grinned up at the hot sun.
I knew it.
By my count, Leslie did far more wrong by me than I did by her. I was mad at first, but forgave her in the end. Yet she seemed to be mad more often than not. I guess all relationships have their ups and downs, and it did work itself out in the end, so it's all right now. But I can't help thinking how things could have been different. She should have just gotten rid of the house in the beginning. If she'd done that, then maybe she'd be alive today. As it was, the house was worth next to nothing. The painting on the wood siding was peeling where it wasn't rotting, and shingles were found up and down the street after every storm. Virginia creeper choked the front yard, squeezing out every blade of grass or flower like a playground bully. Leslie talked about the wonderful things she was going to do to the house, the purple siding and the pink shingles with the black shutters. She was going to have silver curtains and yellow stepping stones leading to a sky-blue door. But Leslie liked the creeper, which she often called Ivy, and she was going to name the place Creeper's Knoll. If it wasn't for the house, maybe we could have gone back to dating, like before college separated us. That was really the first thing that got in the way. The first time she abandoned me. But I couldn't get too mad about that, and I understand why she did it. She said long distance was too difficult to manage, and I didn't want to get in the way of her studies. I would have gone too, but I wasn't accepted to her school, and I didn't have the money. On one of our last dates, we went to a winter carnival. Leslie was home for a few weeks over Christmas break. She didn't want to go out because it was cold, but I finally talked her into going to the carnival. It was maybe a week till Christmas, and we rode the Ferris wheel because I told her the lights of the town would look really nice. When the ride moved slowly, still filling up with people, we watched houses and lights come into view as we rose higher and higher. At the very top, I looked over at Leslie. She was snuggled tightly in a black wool coat with a matching knit scarf and hat. A crescent moon glowed beside her. It illuminated her ash-blonde hair like silver threads that shifted slightly in the breeze. Her breath floated in the air like wisps of fog. It looked like her soul, the essence of her being, leaking from her, drawn out by the moon. I kissed her then because she looked so perfect. and I just wanted a little bit of that to seep into me. She broke up with me in a letter in the new year. She didn't call or visit. It was so weird to open that letter, excited at correspondence, and see it was over. That really pissed me off. I'm not sure I forgave her 100% for that. I never lost track of her, though. She finished college and moved back to town eventually. I would run into her sometimes, but it wasn't the way it was before. Not until her aunt died and left Leslie the house. That damn house. Then Leslie came around more often. She'd come and sit in my living room, drink whiskey and cola, and stare at Creeper's Knoll. I'd make us a drink after drink until her words slurred and I'd call a cab for her. Eventually, I gave her keys to my house in case she wanted to come over when I wasn't there. One day, she was there before me. She was sitting in front of the window, as usual, but she wasn't staring at the house. Now she was watching a point on the floor. Her jaw was tight and her face stony.
What's in that locked room? The room where the utility room used to be?
I said nothing. It wasn't none of her business. Not until it was finished, anyway. Then I noticed papers spread across the coffee table and sofa. My papers. My private papers. Anger flashed through my body, emanating from my stomach and heating my fists and face. Why were you looking through my stuff?
I didn't mean to. I just saw the picture and was curious.
She didn't look at me. Her voice was soft. 1,000,000 images flashed in my mind, so many options for action that it was confusing. I wasn't ready, though. Not yet, not quite. It was all arranged, just not quite ready. Leave, please, I said through clenched teeth. If I can't trust you to respect my privacy, then just leave. She said nothing else and left. She didn't leave anything behind. She had to have expected I'd get mad. I had every right to. I immediately regretted it, though. I just lost my temper for a moment. I was sure she would come back. She had to come back to watch Creeper's Knoll. She didn't come back. She didn't watch the house anymore. She started to watch me. She hung curtains, which were a nice, sensible beige, by the way, not silver, in the front windows, and peeked out between the panels. During the day, workmen came with giant slabs of drywall and packs of laminate floors and tiling. At night, I saw her shifting the curtains, sitting in the dark, watching me. I couldn't take it anymore. She was going too far, watching my every move. We were separated by a street when we should have been together. I decided to end it. Ready or not, the time had come. I called her at work, where I knew she had to answer the phone.
Hello?
Look, Leslie, I just wanted to say I'm sorry. We should get a drink and go back to being friends.
I don't know, Jamie. It's just, things have gotten complicated.
I know, but it's okay. We can sort this out, I said. Things had changed, but I was going to end it. Look, I'll bring the wine and we can sit up in Creeper's Knoll. I know you've had some work done. I want to see what you did. There was a wait, and then she agreed.
All right, Jamie.
We had a date at 7 p.m. All of the work I'd done was coming to fruition. Tonight, we could be together. She hadn't come home that summer after she broke up with me, or the next winter. She took summer classes and attended winter sessions. She moved off campus and had an apartment there to help accommodate her new schedule. I missed her so much it was maddening. If I'd ever had real money, maybe I could have gone to college as well. I could have had my own apartment and take classes. That could have been collegiate, too. I'd hoped Leslie would come home when my mom passed. I'd hoped she would come to the funeral. We were supposed to be friends, at least. But she didn't come. She didn't send a letter. I still missed her. But she came home early from college because all of her extra classes she got to graduate early. But that didn't change anything either. She had her 9 to 5, and she didn't visit me, so it was good what I did. After her aunt died, she came back to me. I should have thought of that the first time, but I never counted on that house. I didn't really think she would get it, much less like it and move in. I mean, I would have lit it up if I'd known Leslie would invest all her time and attention in it instead of me. Leslie was at Creeper's Knoll right on time, which was surprising because she was usually late, especially when it was important to me, like the night of the Winter Carnival. She was wearing the same coat that she had had that night, too. We went inside together. Leslie was very quiet. "Well, I've got some wine and glasses," I started. I opened the top of the bottle. I didn't realize it was so expensive. I couldn't afford those ones with the corks. I tried to sound jovial, but Leslie's attitude was making it difficult. She kept moving back from me, practically jumping. She used one hand to move her hair, constantly putting it back behind her one ear. The other hand she kept firmly in her pocket. Creeper's Knoll is looking nice, very sanitary at least. When are you finishing the outside? I tried to hand her a glass, but she made no effort to take it. I sipped the wine. I still held Leslie's glass, too.
Everyone always whispered about you. Suspected you of various things.
I don't know what you mean. Have you already been drinking? I laughed. I had to force casual now, as the situation was out of my control. I couldn't help that she was still angry, that she kept talking when she should have just been quiet.
When your mother died, and then went around moping about me, asking where I was, asking about me, talking about me, and every birthday, every holiday, you sent me cards, saying it was okay to come home, how you arranged everything. I thought it was a joke, just a sense of humor. You were so weird sometimes.
My eyes were locked on the wine glasses in my hands.
But you had those boxes with my picture on it. All those photocopies of what you sent. Everything I sent, and some stuff. I don't know how you got it.
I had arranged it. I was all ready. You just wouldn't come back, I said.
And so you killed her, right? You killed your own mother first, and then my aunt, right? Arranged it all so that I would come back to you.
You were away for so long, when you should have been here with me. I love you, and you need me.
You're fucking nuts.
The glasses slipped from my hand. The shattering startled me. When I looked at Leslie, she was gripping a revolver in both hands, pointing at me.
I'm going to call the police right now, and you're going to stand right there.
I stepped toward her. Each step forward, she stepped back. Why would you do that when I've worked so hard for us to be together? Despite whatever I did. It worked, didn't it? You're here. You're with me. One of your plans is finally coming true. You're turning this place around. We could be happy together. You have to love me now. I didn't see a phone behind her. I don't know where she was trying to get to.
You always creeped me out a little, Jamie. You're nice. You were nice, but you're deranged, and you need help. You need help, Jamie. I don't love you. I don't.
I didn't listen to her. What she said didn't make a difference. I loved her. I was going to have her. I was going to have her completely to myself. There was no point talking anymore. She was angry, like always. It was definitely the lowest point in the relationship. Her finger jerked near the trigger, but didn't fire. I just kept moving toward her. Maybe she was expecting me to give up, for me to just say I was joking. I never was one for practical jokes. She should have known that. She should have fired. If she'd shot me, I probably would have stopped. I was determined, but not insane. I couldn't follow through with my plan with a gunshot wound. Instead, she tried to run past me. I stopped her by grabbing a hold of her silvery hair. She yelped. It was a funny-sounding little cry. It made me laugh. She struggled harder against my grip. A few strands came loose, but she wasn't getting away. She might have fired the gun. I couldn't hear very well then. Only the sounds of her frantic breaths were of any interest to me. She still didn't get me, though. I think she was trying to make noise. Maybe she was screaming too. I really don't know. I pulled her within reach of my other arm until I got a hand around her neck. Then I was able to get her against the wall and use both hands to strangle her. I can still hear her choking and those little yelps she made. Then I laughed until her struggling legs kicked me. Then I was really angry. I pushed her against the wall. I pressed harder against her throat. The gun fell to the floor. Leslie's fingers scratched at my hands. I waited for that moment. Tears fell from her eyes. I didn't know if she was crying or if that was an involuntary reaction. Her eyes still moved rapidly, like she was searching for an escape. The moment was getting closer. She moved less and less. She sputtered. Her eyes were still. She was petting my hands more than trying to get away. Her eyes became more glazed. Then I made my move. I kissed her. Only our second kiss ever, and this time I got what I wanted. Her final breath. The last exaltation of her being, the perfection of her soul. She shouldn't have kept that house. If she had just thrown it all away and sold the property, she wouldn't have found those papers. And maybe she would have learned to love me. I was making her a room, a special room just for her to be happy in. I bought her that backpack she wanted, a really big one with flags of all different countries. I painted ivory trim once I knew she liked it so much. I even got her a dollhouse with the colors she wanted for Creeper's Knoll, I think. And if she just gave it a chance instead of being mad, she would have liked the pictures of herself. She looked most alive, smiling and happy in them. I cut out the other people. They didn't matter. I wanted just her. I've done my best to make her look the same, but her eyes clouded and her face stiffened before I could get the expression right. The smell should go away soon. My mom's only lasted a few weeks. I hadn't expected to have to learn taxidermy, but I think I've done fairly well in the short time I had. I wish I hadn't bought all those chains now, or reinforced the walls with steel beams. That's money I'll never get back.
Chilling tales for dark nights.